We have a lot of stuff to cover today, so every minute counts, and I'm sure we'll have a few people who will jump into the meeting as time progresses. I just want to thank everybody for being here this morning. This is the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Facilitated Listening Session. It's being hosted by Mark today. The host today is Hanaid Ruiz. We're going to start off this morning with some opening remarks from Mayor Eileen Weir, and I will go ahead and lend the floor to her.
Thank you, Becky. Thank you all for taking the time today to participate in this. I think it's really important and will really help us as your city council and certainly our community to give us a clear path forward on some very, very important issues. So just as sort of some background, we have, of course, had a Human Relations Commission for many, many years. And the purpose of that Human Relations Commission over time, like all things do, has somewhat evolved. And while for a long time it was focused primarily or almost exclusively on fair housing, it now has evolved into a much broader purpose for our community. Late last year, I assembled a diversity and inclusion task force for a specific purpose. We had a existing memorandum of understanding between the community of concerned citizens and the City of Independence, primarily focused on the Independence Police Department. It was an outdated document, and I felt that it was important at the urging of the community of concerned citizens to give that document a real thorough review and also review some of our personnel policies in the City of Independence. We've done a lot, and I'm proud of what we have done in our city around diversity and inclusion with our, particularly with our municipal workforce and some other initiatives in the community, but these things bore a hard look. So that work was underway and great progress was being made. The group made some excellent recommendations to some of our policies and procedures. And then, of course, COVID-19 came for an extended visit. And also during that time, so that really put a lot of our work at the city on hold. And certainly during that time, we as a nation and as a people experienced the death and murder and violence that we saw against Black members of our community in this nation, which also really caused a appropriate, I think, response from our city. So I was fortunate, that we had already had this group assembled. We were able to reconvene around that time and continue our discussion about what we can do as a community to increase and promote diversity and inclusion. So that has led us, these many discussions have led us to today, which I'm very grateful to our city volunteers and certainly to Becky and our other city staff who have made today possible. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank our city council for making the funding available to be able to conduct this session today. And I think it's very important. I know the city manager was on the call. I don't know if he's still with us. My role today, I'm going to probably be in and out. I have a couple other things going on, but I'm really here as an observer and to listen. I'm not going to actively participate in the discussion. I would, I leave that to you to do, but we'll be very interested in the discussion. And Zach, if you're still with us, I might give you a moment to say a few words as well.
I think he wound up having to hop off, Mayor.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, then as Becky said, we have a lot to get to today, so we can jump back in, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and get into today's agenda, and I will turn it over to Hannah Eid.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I'm Hannah Eid here with the Mid-America Regional Council. So I kind of put in the chat box where we can see that how to pronounce my name. So it's Hannah Eid. So it makes it a little bit easier than my little semi-intimidating name. So just a little bit of housekeeping rules. We are on an online platform, which is great because of the accessibility to it, but I know it's a different dynamic. So just reminding everyone, so as we mentioned, people logging on and off. So if you need to log off, something glitches, you can just click on the link and come back in. We will keep an eye on who we needed to admit. If you need to shut off your camera or mute yourself, just there's some buttons on the bottom of your screen, kind of just making sure that if we hear background noise or side conversations, phone calls, just so we don't interrupt the meeting, we might have to mute you, but just remember to unmute yourself because we do want you to participate. So that's what Zoom does. We are expecting technology to be on our site today, but if anything happens, we have Becky as a co-host as well as the city. So let's say that I lose connectivity, they should be able to continue. It won't shut down Zoom. I can log off and log back in. It's only happened once so far, but we're prepared for that. All right, so it's really great that we have two different groups here today. But what I heard is that we might not know each other. So that's one of the things that, would it be okay if we went around? I might have to choose names because I'm not sure which order you're seeing, just so we know if you can tell us your name as well as which group you're a part of. So the first person in my list going clockwise is Helen.
Good morning, I'm Helen Hurley, and I'm a member of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Group.
Awesome, thank you, Helen. Mike? Oh, you're muted, Mike.
Ooh, there we are. Okay, I'm Mike, Human Relations.
Human Relations. Thank you. Nina? Oh, you're muted too. Oh, you're still muted?
No, sorry about that. My name is Nina Falls. I'm with the Diversity and Inclusion Group, and I'm also the chair of Human Relations, and I'm a 30-year resident because I'm proud of that.
Thank you so much, Nina. Lupe?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lupe Moy, and I'm on the Human Relations Commission, and I've been here 50 years in the city.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Meredith?
Good morning, everyone. Meredith Parrish with the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Group. Glad to be here.
Wonderful. Thad?
Hi, I'm Thad, and I'm with the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force.
Wonderful. Casey?
Hi, I'm with the task force also.
Awesome. The person we have left is Roman.
Hey everybody, this is Roman. I'm also with the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force.
All right, thank you so much everyone for introducing themselves, and you passed a quiz of learning how to unmute and mute yourself, so that was great. I know sometimes the buttons disappear, so it happens to me too. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. As both Becky and Mayor were mentioned that we do have a lot to cover today. So I did let me go ahead and share my screen so you can have a little bit more of a visual. And I will ask you if I'm showing the right screen just because I have multiple screens. 1 second. So, nope. Okay. Everyone can see, this says Independence, Diversity, and Inclusion Visioning Work Session? Perfect, it's the right screen. So what we want to do today is just kind of briefly tell you what's gonna happen. So this is the kind of the big picture agenda that's happening. We're gonna start with talking a bit about leadership and learning and development, kind of like what does diversity and inclusion look like. Then data mining is more of like what is happening within our groups, what does that look like. We want to be able to hear your story of the work that you're doing through storytelling. And then the last part is kind of like analyzing what are we doing within our groups. Is there something that, are we doing similar items? Is it completely different? Is there, if we do have common ground, what can we do to kind of work on next steps with that information that we gather? And at any time, if you want to mute yourself and say something, please go ahead. We really want to make sure that we hear what you have to say. I know your time is extremely valuable, so we appreciate you being here this morning. So we are also keep an eye on the chat box. Sometimes when I'm presenting, I'm not able to see the chat box. So if there is a comment there, just remind me to look at that right now. Actually, my chat box disappeared, but I am able to see some of your faces. All right, so one of the main things is just kind of covering what is a big picture of diversity, equity, inclusion. So this is not limited to the list that we have here, not limited to the topics. One of the great things that Mayor Weir mentioned was how things evolve, and that's exactly what happens in this arena. So what we learned 10 years ago might be different than what we learned 5 years ago, what we learned last year, what we learned this year. So it's always kind of the information changes, and which is great to have kind of ongoing education on that, ongoing training. No one is, I think, expected to know everything from the beginning. Otherwise, what would learning and teaching, we need to have a purpose for that. Oh. All right, so diversity can be expressed in different forms, so that is not limited to race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, your socioeconomic status, language, culture, religion, religious views and practices, age, and disability status. So the more you can think of, it probably fits under what diversity it is. And that's what really helps us be able to either problem solve in our communities, at our workplace, different institutions, because that really helps bring different ideas from different points of view that we might have not been able to know because we only have our point of view for the meantime. So equity is making sure that we have equal opportunity for all persons, regardless of what their background. So making sure that we're not discriminating folks due to their color of the skin, national origin, marital status, sex, gender identity, or anything else that makes them a person. So we want to make sure that all people have that equal opportunity. So inclusion is kind of like the newer thing as we're adding, is also making sure that folks are from different backgrounds and different perspectives are also included and heard, that you have a sense of belonging. So not just participating, but also being heard and kind of being able to share that seat at the table. This is kind of like a lifelong process of self-reflection and critique. So we want to learn about other people's culture. There's always someone new. That every time you meet someone new, you'll probably be able to hear their story. So really learning about what their beliefs are, what their identities are like, and who they are as a person. Like I mentioned with the newer terms, you might have heard cultural competency. Now it kind of goes into cultural humility. And this is, I apologize, I just saw my mistake that I repeated the information, but it's a lifelong process of self-reflection and self-critique where individuals not only learns about your culture, but of examining one's beliefs and others. So I think cultural competency used to be more of like understanding that folks are different and that kind of have their life going on, but the cultural humility part is mainly absorbing that and being a little bit more sensitive to someone else's culture as well. All right, so we're looking around of like, what does diversity, equity, and inclusion for, like, where is it present? Where does it look like? We can see it across different levels. So anything from like the Federal Office of OPM, Office of Diversity and Inclusion, kind of their goal is like their big picture goal is concrete strategies, best practices for hiring, developing, retaining, high-performing workforce. We have different cities throughout the nation, including our neighbors in the city of St. Louis, or they're modeling their diversity and inclusion to reflect the many faces and cultures and walks of life that make up the population of the city of St. Louis. We have places in academia, school districts, or UMKC, making sure that they are committed to their urban serving research university, and they excel in teaching and learning. So KU also has a similar concept, making sure that they address their institutional policies and protocols to be representative, equitable, and inclusive at KU. We have the National Diversity Council. So what this council does is that they have multiple campuses, or I mean, not talent. So they have multiple memberships throughout the nation. So anywhere from Chicago, Atlanta, Phoenix, Detroit, New York. So these are a council working on transforming workplaces and communities into inclusive environments where people feel valued and you can see each other's talented and empower one another to be able to fulfill that potential. All right, so as we're thinking about what would diversity, equity, inclusion look like, we have a little bit of the background of both groups of the mayor's task force as well as human relations. So just some of the guiding principles of things that we keep in mind as we're gonna start this workshop is mutual understanding and respect, affirming the complexities of our different cultures and experiences, keeping in mind about educating others about the importance of what diversity, equity, and inclusion is in the community and as a whole. Equity amongst kind of like what we say, starting at leadership, including staff, community, any partner organizations that you work with, making sure that it kind of covers all of those levels. Integrating culturally competent policies, protocols, procedures, things that are written to make sure that we have those in mind that they're culturally competent. Sensitivity towards marginalized groups. So when we talk about maybe our LGBTQ community, veterans, our aging community, communities of all ages. So make sure we keep those in mind. And like I mentioned, the evolving. So ongoing education is a big component. So even if someone, you define a new policy, you define a new group, knowing that you will always have ongoing education. That's just part of the process. All right. So as we talked about that, now I'm going to ask you a few questions. Was there something from the either guiding principles that you, or what DEI represents, or what we're doing? Is there anything that sticks out to you the most that you feel is very important for us to continue discussing today? Just remember to unmute yourself.
Well, I'll be the first to break the silence. I think these first couple of slides are really foundational, and I really like the language that you used. I think there's just been so much global attention to what these terms actually mean. So it's really helpful to put them in a practical sense. I think that all people can understand, regardless if you're in a professional position, you volunteer on a board or commission. I think that the thing that I would say is a little disheartening is that it took some episodic things and some situations where we had some loss or we had some conflict for the nation at large to realize how imperative and important this is when we are a fabric of people that has a makeup that has been diverse for centuries. We have so many unique, beautiful stories and experiences, and it's almost malicious, if you will, I think, to not incorporate this into professional policies, hiring practices, how governments run. So I'm encouraged that we're at where we're at, but it is a little disheartening that we are this far in life, if you will, I guess, and in our democratic society where this is required, and it's not just a fundamental, like, the golden rule is, I think it's essential for every business, every nonprofit, every civic organization. So the foundation is huge. Thank you for breaking this down the way that you did.
And thank you for bringing that up. You're right. There is still a lot of work to do. So I'm really encouraged by this group today that you are not just taking that initiative, but continuing that work. And we unfortunately can only plan for next steps at this moment, but making sure that we do keep all of our lessons learned with us as we're planning for next steps. Anyone else of like maybe either your personal view of diversity and inclusion or experiences with that, or kind of what you feel like your main focus will be as we continue?
Well, I like to say that if everyone could look at these steps and different things you have here, and everyone would follow them, we would not need a meeting. So it's obvious that people know this is out there, but what responsibility do I have, do other people have to make sure that they constantly reevaluate? And by living here 30 years, things remained the same for so long, and everything, as long as everything seemed kind of all right, that was enough. And I think when you live somewhere, you should never be complacent and say, well, that's the way it was always done. And maybe my church or the people I know, I get a little favor. So, let's just leave it alone. And I just refuse to live like that. I am from St. Louis originally. I don't know what that means, but I never wanted to live like that, because the people that came with me, my ancestors, never lived like that. They were always one that either spoke up loudly or they were change makers. And I'm not as cool as they are, but it still means a lot to me because I went to a lot of meetings. And I think things that stand out for me would be, and I write things down, so forgive me if I look at things a lot. Different perspectives are respected. I think that could be put in bold letters, because sometimes when I'm upset by something that has happened in this country, or just something that affects me and hurts my feelings, I'm probably very open, but sometimes I shut down at that moment. I'm like, just nobody cares. Forget this. I don't want to be that person, because I'm not. I'm very open. I'm a kumbaya kind of hippie kind of girl. But when I see something, I want to cut out other people's perspectives. I want to say, well, it's been going on too long and I am not going to put up with this anymore. But maybe someone else, and there's someone else, I'll just throw it out there. I have people that I really respect on the police force, but they have such a different perspective than I, like with Black Lives Matter and maybe other things. And so I just cannot understand their perspective. I just can't understand it. And so I need to be more receptacle, I can say that word this morning, receptacle to what they feel too. And I respect people wholeheartedly. And anyone that says that respect is not my problem, but respecting their perspective can be my problem. And I'm just calling my own self out. So if I had anything to bold, I would bold respecting different perspectives and self-reflection and critique. I think people have a problem with that. They really, in their deepness, feel like they're right and they want to change your opinion to their way. And if we're going to be truly diverse and included, we have to hear their way and take it in and kind of gnaw on it. And so that's what I want to do. I'm a very open person, but I want to respect different perspectives, as I do try to change people's minds. I will put that out there. I am still there.
Thank you so much for sharing that. It does. Thank you for being transparent about, self-critiquing and how that's also a really important role of what we're doing. And I think one of the things that I heard you say was about how change is challenging. And when we have done something for a long time that we're familiar with it, it kind of feels in a way kind of safe because you're comfortable. So change does bring challenges, and it's always a process. It's not an overnight switch, but something that we can definitely continue to work on. All right.
I think the thing that I would like to see come about for our community is that inclusion goes beyond tolerance, but a sense of belonging for everyone in our community. I think that we can talk about diversity and equity all day long, but if people do not feel that they belong, that they're only tolerated in circles in the community, then we've not done our job. And so I think that ties into the cultural competency and humility. And as Nina was talking, I was hearing that is that self-examination piece, that if we don't express our own lack of competence with different cultures and other individuals and their individuality and have that humility, we won't reach that sense of belonging. And I know that several of us sat in another session at UMKC where they talked about belonging, and that is so much different than just inclusion. So those two pieces, the bottom two pieces, to me are the most important pieces, because without those, the other two, diversity and equity, go out the window. They don't mean anything if we don't have the other two. And so to me, those are the most important pieces, that as a community, we bring them all together and find that central piece so that everyone who comes into our community sees that those are intertwined and that we have created that sense of belonging for the whole community.
Thank you so much, Helen, for mentioning that. I really appreciate it. And you're completely right. So it's not just about different groups of people coming together and having equal opportunities, but also being equally heard, feeling like they're safe, feeling like they're belonging, feeling like they're a part of the group, and not just there to make a group diverse. So I think that's really important. Thank you for sharing that. That's huge.
I just want to reply. I do like the definitions, and I do like the information is there. Coming from a procedural standpoint, I feel that it is important for all of these feelings and recognitions and senses that they carry over into concrete and tangible policies and procedures that facilitate the growth of diversity, equity, inclusion, and cultural competency, and that whatever the learning that is being gathered, that actually translates into policies and procedures. That way the system can then be accepting to diversity, so that way it can then become part of the culture and carried out in every practice of the city. But then that will also trickle down into how organizations within the city will also function to incorporate similar policies and procedures that create that culture of diversity and inclusion.
Thank you so much, Ramon. So far, what I hear you saying is not only, so kind of like the responsibility piece of the group to be able to pass this on to a larger group of the city or different groups in the city, but also that accountability piece of let's not just write policies, but also make sure they're implemented, that places are inclusive, that they're equitable, that they are diverse.
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, do we have anyone else reflecting on this section? All right, and usually wait a little bit. Sometimes, like I said, the mute button disappears, so it's hard to unmute yourself. So one of the things that like I said, we have two different groups here, but we might not know each other's, what our group does, why are we here, what we been working on. So I do thank you for folks who did submit the survey throughout the week. So we had a forum kind of looking at responses throughout the team. What I was thinking about doing was kind of opening up today as a platform of, if let's say I think we have representatives from both groups today. If there is a person that you would like to select to kind of give us a recap of what your group does, but also make sure that the other participants are able to chime in. So we want to make sure kind of like let's not leave anything out that is important, and then we want to hear you. Would that be okay with everyone? I see some nods with folks that have their camera on. Not sure about other folks who might have turned off their camera.
Yes, that works.
Okay, thank you. So, all right, our human relations team, would you like to go first? And there's some questions on the screen, kind of, so the rest of us can learn more about you and what you're doing.
I'll speak a little, but I think all the human relation people, I'll make mine short. Since we have given so much to this group, I would be remiss not to have them all speak some. So I'll start. The purpose and mission of human relations, and this is only as I see it, is in independence. It has been to show that diversity is here, inclusion is here. That's, since I've been there, that's what I would want to bring to the table. It also, I do believe it should go back to some of the core things, discrimination. And surprisingly, discrimination is never just about race or religion. It's about economic inequity, I feel. And I think the group gets bigger. I love the group she put on there because it encompassed some of the groups that I would want human relations to always lift up and support. Human relations is not a group that is supposed to speak for other people. Human relations is about people speaking for themselves. I've always said, this is something that I've always felt, you cannot empower anyone. They have the power and you stand behind them to let them use their power. So that's what human relations, since I've been here, I feel like that's what we have done. We are a very diverse group. We have incorporated the Disability Commission. We are one group now, Human Relations and Disabilities. So I have learned a lot about disability challenges and disrespect and respect since my group has become bigger. I originally was asked to join to have a festival. And maybe everyone thought that was kind of fluffy, but that festival showed who lives in independence. And it was so diverse since we started that. We've been doing festivals for a year in Hill Park. We've been doing them up on the square. We had one at our market. And we gathered together in communication and in fellowship. It was fluffy on the outside, but people don't realize how much it let us know where we all stood. It was not easy to put together. We all were going different ways. We had little fights here and there, but in the end, it came together and it was a strong showing of what and who lives in independence. So I would like other people of human relations. We have two people here, Mike and Lupe, and she was a longtime person on the human relations that was their chair at one time. So that's the value as I see it since I've been with human relations. And I'm guessing, I think it's been about 8 years now, something like that, 6 to 8 years.
Thank you, Nina. I had a follow-up question to that. You said that human relations allows other people to speak for themselves instead of the committee speaking on their behalf. Can you tell us a bit more of like, what does that look like?
Well, for one, I'm not sure how many people were invited to human relation meetings, but since I've been there, we invite people to come and talk to us about things. We have the skateboarders, they're like my core group, those my peeps. Skateboarders have never been invited to speak at a human relations meeting. I'm almost sure, I could be wrong, someone check me. But just think, those are young people. They felt marginalized. They felt disrespected. They felt unseen. But they are seen, and we do know their names, and they know the mayor, and the mayor has seen their faces. All I'm saying is that's just a little small microcosm of what we say, let people speak for themselves. At least they're invited to the table. We have invited people to come and talk to us about things. We have had a festival where they pull you to the side and tell you what they want you to do, whether you can do it or not. That's people speaking for themselves. I am not sure in past human relations meetings or groups how many diverse people we've had. Even though they did a great job at housing, I'm sure they did. But now it has gone beyond housing. It is morphing as I speak. So that's what I mean. People feel like they can see us on the street and talk to us. I'm not sure if that was ever like that before, without just being friendly, or you're being a person that's a high up person in the city or at a church or whoever. Regular people like me, like people in Hawthorne that come talk to me, regular people are speaking for themselves to us now.
Wonderful. So it sounds like that as a group has changed throughout the years, it's become very approachable and welcoming, to where it's now a platform for different people in the community to be able to share their stories and express themselves through the meetings.
Yes.
I think sometimes we do a little more than that. I think a great example is we're working with a gal right now that she's well into her 70s and in one of the senior living complexes, but really feels like she's been age discriminated and a couple other disabilities and things like that. And a couple of us have been able to go in, meet with the property management. We've been able to work with community development on some of the rules that they were arguing over with city rules, and be able to kind of bridge that gap a little bit. And I've seen that happen several times. You know, especially with disabilities, human relations, we've not done a whole lot the last year because I've been getting our bearings as the groups kind of merged and kind of got thrown together. So, but we have been able to do some of that stuff this year. We have Lupe was working with the church that provided a bunch of packets for homeless people and just real basic hygiene type things. We have, and as a board, we put together several, and I know I go down to the park periodically over there on 23rd Street and meet with some of the people there, be able to hand those out. We've also got some of those that we set back knowing that we're going to end up with a big problem here soon, potentially, just because of all the COVID and, you know, all of those things. So, you know, we've been taking some actions like that. We have worked with the Independence Event Center to try and get their handicap access open, things like that. We've gone around, and one of the things that I'm proud of that we do is we meet in the community. Our monthly meetings, obviously until COVID, but our monthly meetings have been in a restaurant. We went over to the Drum Farm once and go out and actually meet people and say, you know, hey, we're not only do we need a place to meet because City Hall just isn't cool, but you know, we also want to get out here and meet you and invite people, and no offensive people, sorry Becky, but you know, we want to get out and let people know that we are part of the community and we are listening. So I think we've done quite a bit with what we've got too.
Thank you so much, Mike, for your input. It sounds like you do a lot of hands-on advocacy work. to make sure that you're still doing that work of both housing, whether folks are sheltered or unsheltered, and if they are sheltered, to continue for them to stay housed through making sure that they're not being discriminated because of their age or their disabilities, as well as being very approachable by the community. Like I said, like maybe not just being at City Hall, but meeting people where they're at, whether it's at Drum Farm, who might have youth who is unsheltered and they're taking care of them. So it sounds like it's a very active, hands-on approach, not just kind of the way some of us might be at a desk like I am today.
We have had a really good, and one place that I'm really super lucky is I do the rental ready inspections for a city. I'm one of the guys who can do that. And it's been neat to get out because you get to see all different types of classes and, you know, different perspectives of the community, and get to actually get out and meet people. So it has been a very hands-on, and I think all of us in the group are very active.
All right, thank you. And we had, is a third person, Lupe, who's also part of the commission.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to say something. I'm mostly an observer, and my gift is not speaking. So I will try to tell you a little history. I came to the Human Relations Commission in 2010 because I just retired from my job, 35 years with Division of Social Services. And as I made an application, I thought, well, since I have a lot of free time, maybe I could do something for the community. And the one that fit me the most was the Human Relations Commission, because through the years of working with social services, I was able to talk with many people. Interview was I did, mainly in public assistance, like food stamps, Medicaid, childcare, that sort of thing. And so when I came into the commission, there were 4 white men. I mean, and 1 Black woman that was in the commission. And so I was so grateful to Helen of what she said about inclusion, because I know I'm diverse, but I didn't belong. That's how I felt. But I just kept coming because I thought it was a good thing to do. So, and I think I was chosen as the chair because there was no one else. Everybody turned it down. So I'm one of those committed persons that I will do what I'm supposed to do. And so I was grateful to Nina and like Thad and Roman, who came into our group, and Mike too, because I didn't know what I was doing, but I studied and I attended all the meetings, and I volunteered for like the Martin Luther King. And so I learned a lot. And so I think what we did a lot of with the housing, because we had a lot of landlord-tenant complaints. And so, you know, we had to go and address that problem. But as far as I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought, but I just want to say that this is a good thing that we're talking and having this, because I'm Samoan, Samoan Pacific Islander, and I mean, it's like a minority of minorities. And so sometimes not belonging is part of how I feel. And so I didn't mean to get so emotional, but I'm just glad to be a part of this and to put in my input.
If I could, I just really want to captivate that moment of Lupe. I know we have never met personally, but I just have to really sing your praise. I have heard your name in the last 5-6 years that I have called Independence home in many, many circles. Kimo and Jennifer Manulele are great friends of mine and have nothing but praise to speak of yours and the work that you've done on the Human Relations Commission. And I think it would be foolish of us not to recognize that there have been little sparks and spotlights like you, who in many circles and tables and commissions who have planted here for years, who know the history and story of independence, had the courage to jump in the arena, to come to the table, even maybe when they weren't invited. And I don't necessarily believe that was out of maliciousness. It could have just been unintentional bias. There's so much history there, but it takes courage to do what folks think are mundane, simple tasks, events. Those grassroots things are such a intricate and intimate part of our fabric and our story, but they have empowered and inspired and encouraged little Black girls like me, whose friends, colleagues, and classmates, when I was here 15 years ago, you just didn't go into independence, and there were certain parts that you just didn't go. And so to see us now sitting around a table, not just with African Americans, Samoans, and Pacific Islanders, Hispanics, but members of our LGBTQ community and so many other traditionally marginalized communities, we have done a great thing here. And I know there's so much progress and work that still needs to happen. But I applaud you and people like Nina and the Harrises who have been here for years and sat at those tables and kept coming to those meetings, because you have lit a light, I think, under so many of this younger generation, if you will, who just were watching, wanted to do something and didn't know how to materialize that into action. Many of us would have never joined commissions and said yes to task forces if it had not been for your willingness just to say yes. So you said you don't speak well, but I just feel a sense of peace when you open your mouth, and I've heard your name and story every year since I've been here. So I just wanted to personally tell you thank you, and you're right, this conversation is invaluable. So.
And I'd like to say one more thing. Originally, I thought I was just talking about purpose, mission, and values and not the other things. That's why I thought you were going down a list. But if I had to sum it up, I thought Lupe, her church and her community ran independence. So it's funny how different people's perspectives. I would have thought she is the mayor pro tem, because when people said we have to do something, they said, well, we'll ask Lupe, and Lupe will find. So I was speaking only of missions and values, but if I was to speak on Lupe and Mike has been rocking it for young people and for so many older people he meets in his homes. And Lupe, like I said, I thought she was Mayor Pro Tem because everyone said her name and she had the power to yay or nay, and she was the head of many groups. That just shows different perspectives. She didn't feel that way maybe about herself, but me coming in the community 30 years ago and not having any power and living in Hawthorne, I thought she was the girl. So, you know, you'd be surprised who respects you and lifts you up. You'd be surprised.
Thank you everyone for sharing that. That's amazing. And Lupe, I know you mentioned that you learn a lot, but from what both Meredith and Nina have said, you also teach the community a lot and inspire others to follow your footsteps. And I think that's very appreciative. And you're, being vulnerable about inclusion is pretty big, especially when maybe the City of Independence might have maybe less than 1% of the population who's Pacific Islanders. So you are, a little smaller portion of the community, but just equally as important and also deserving of having a seat on the table as everyone else. All right, anyone else from our Human Relations Committee? And I apologize because I can't see everyone's image.
Can I just say one more thing? Sorry. I think there's something else that we've done in the last year that's been really, really cool. And we went around and I kind of asked each person what their passion is, because I just kind of made this assumption that everybody joined the group for a reason. There's something that they cared about. And I think that's something that our group has done a really good job at doing, is going around, and we've got one member that homelessness is his thing. That's what he's passionate about. I needed help with, one of the residents that I was talking to needed somebody to go with me, and he was more than willing to do that. But I know that when we go to meeting, he's got his pulse on homelessness, on the shelters and the kitchens and what's going on with that. You know, each person, we've got one for transportation that can tell you every single bus stop and the curbs and the access and, you know, how the routes are going. And I think it's really been neat to see we're struggling a little bit with, you know, exactly what to do with it. So that's why I say we kind of got thrown together. But, you know, as that's developing, it's been neat to see each of these people take their passion, plug it in together, and work together for common good. You can't tackle all of the issues that are involved one person at a time or one issue at a time. And it's really taken a group effort. So I am pretty proud of everybody in the group for how they've struggled and made their passion part of everybody else's passion.
Absolutely, different talents, perspectives, passions, kind of that really helps. You're right, like one person might not know everything, but that's why you have a group of people to be able to brainstorm and get that moving along. That's amazing. And I know that people experiencing homelessness, you mentioned people not being sheltered or going to homeless shelters, kind of that advocacy work as well, to including people experiencing homelessness, that they are also worthy of that dignity as residents.
Well, and it was pretty exciting with the homeless. We went down to one of the kitchens and did our monthly meeting dinner at one of the kitchens. And we were supposed to have and kind of got told we were getting more in the way, but we went down and it was a neat chance to meet some of the people there, some of the residents, it was a neat chance for people to feel heard. We had a couple guys that came in and sat in with our meeting and contributed. It was a neat perspective to bring in there. So yeah, it really has been good to see.
Thank you so much, Mike. And I'm the same way. I think it was Nina writing things down. So when I'm looking down, I'm actually taking notes of what everyone is saying. All right. And I'm not sure if we missed anyone. If not, we're going to go ahead and move now. We're give the mayor's task force, the same kind of platform to be able to share kind of what they're doing, how they see their group, what does their life look like in the task force.
I could go ahead and speak. My story with Independence, I moved to Independence, I believe it was like 7 years ago. And as a kid growing up, I was told don't come into Independence unless you know, had to go pay your taxes. But Independence was not seen to be friendly for Black people. And as I moved here, I I worked for the school district. And I was on the Human Relations Commission, in which I seen that the people in Independence were very friendly, that I met and supportive. And as I started working with the Human Relations Commission and we put on different programs and we really started to dig into the policies and procedures, we made some changes to our bylaws. And that, to me, allowed us to look at and to apply procedure to really look at diversity and inclusion. And as I started looking at other procedures and stuff like that, a lot of things have not been updated since the 60s and 70s. And that is across the board. And now, as I am a city employee, I am noticing the same thing. And so, not necessarily with it being intentional, it's just that, you know, the daily business continues. And while the foundation that was once set has not been changed, and now being on the diversity and inclusion task force, I do see that the culture of people wanting to change, and there are more people my age and younger who are willing and ready to carry the torch, and to make changes that people like Lupe and Nina and Mike have been pushing for over the years. We are ready to make those changes. And so with the leadership that I see, a lot of it just comes down to changing procedures and having the cultural perspective and the education. Even myself as a Black person, there is still a different dimension that needs to be considered and thought of, just as a daily practice, because I belong to one group, but there are hundreds of different groups out there that bring different perspectives. And I don't see those necessarily reflected in even our office celebrations or just in the day-to-day business. It's still linear, but I do understand that that is just a reflection of the representation in the culture. And so that's kind of the story, but I do feel like this group is in the Human Relations Commission has done great work over the years, given the parameters. But
Oh, I think you got muted, Roman. What?
Just in kind of getting things updated to up with the cultural change. Our city is, I guess, on the right side of history and can take advantage of the different opportunities that come by having more diversity functioning and recognizing the diversity within the city.
Thank you, Roman. I think you mentioned a really good point about like, what does a foundation look like? And it sounds like that's a really big component of if we're gonna, as you're building this, what does a foundation look like? And mentioning the responsibility that you feel to make these changes, as well as continuing that accountability piece, the education that everyone is learning, including yourself, making sure that there is representation throughout the city of the different groups that make up the community, and that it becomes a kind of the big picture, a welcoming space for anyone, any of the residents in the area. So thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you for providing extra clarity to it.
Other members of the task force? Just don't forget to unmute yourselves.
So thank you for putting these questions back up, because I kind of forgot what they were. I think from a community member standpoint, the purpose and mission of the task force, obviously the mayor had to have initiative into doing it, but there was some, sorry, I have children. There was some things that happened in Independence, specifically a council person that said a racist comment during a session, a public meeting. And so as a white person that has been involved for a long time in Independence, it was obvious that diversity, equity, and inclusion are still very needed in this community. And like Roman had said, there are a lot of people that want it. And so I think the purpose and mission of the task force was just to bring recognition that is wanted, also to bring to light a lot of the things where we could grow as a community and change. And the memorandum did, hold on a second, Sean, you need to go, you're gonna do that. It's too loud. So the memorandum did become into the focal point for a while, because there was a lot of good foundational things in there that the city and the community could work on. And so we also updated the application to be on boards and commissions, which I thought was a really practical good thing that we did together, that it was a little more inclusive, and being able to track some more of even just where people live within the city, so that people on the west side are represented in the commissions and boards just as much as the east side. And so I think some of that, just finding those little pieces of diversity, equity, and inclusion in some of, like, something that seems minor with an application, but it can, I mean, when you go onto the website and you start to apply, you can really see what that says about a city. So I think that the task force itself, at least my personal opinion, is that we would like a lot more to happen. And that's why this probably has happened, so that, because we see the need, and as we met together and we went through the memorandum and had lots of other different conversations, it's something that we don't want to lose. We don't want the momentum to be lost. We don't want this to be ignored. We do want independence to be inclusive and to really just acknowledge the diversity that it has and that it continues to be. My neighborhood continues to grow in diversity. In my kids' schools, at least 40% of their classmates are minorities or underrepresented. And so it's just going to continue to grow, which is amazing and great, and I love it. And so I think that that is a lot of reason why we're here, is so that these passions and this mission can continue in the future.
Thank you so much, Casey, for bringing in a different point of view. Kind of like the work that you're doing here also impacts the rest of the community, including, you know, children and their schools and their school districts. So that is a big component. I really like that you mentioned about recognizing and identifying any gaps that are in the community and be able to address those. It sounds like updating the material to be inclusive and people have representation made it more welcoming and open to people who live in different parts of the city, instead of focusing maybe on one group. And I think one of the biggest parts also that you mentioned was continuing that momentum. And I think I've been hearing that with different folks, like what we've seen happen, what we know historically, what things have happened to the city and the nation throughout the world, and just kind of using that fire to continue fueling what you're doing. All right, folks, anyone else from the task force? I thought I saw someone unmute themselves earlier.
I think it was me right before
Okay.
Casey. So, I mean, Casey pretty much summed that up for me. And I'm pretty much aligned with Roman in the sense of my biggest goal is to affect policy so that we no longer have to do figuring it out for future needs, so that they don't have to continually feel like they're trying to fix something. So I'm here representing the LGBTQ plus community. I did so on the Human Relations Commission as well when I was there. And that pretty much sums it up for me. I'm really about creating that systemic change for future generations.
Thank you for that. That's very kind of the concrete work of, without a policy, what change happens if you don't have a policy? All right, thank you for that.
I would like to say something extra. I spoke for human relations. Like I thought it was just for purpose, mission, or values. But as far as the task force, I wanted to come to the table because I am not good at writing policy, but I am good at passionate for people. I think there are so many people that can make sure on paper that things get done. But as Casey mentioned, and I wanted to make sure she mentioned it so I would bring it up, so I could bring it up second. Someone on the city council did say something that could be thought of as offensive. And to the group that it spoke of. And I'm good about elephants in the room, so I'm gonna go for it. I've lived here so long that I feel it's an elephant in the room when people that I work with say Black lives don't matter. I feel it's an elephant in the room when people say something that is offensive to other people and they don't recognize it. I feel it's offensive when, if you live in Hawthorne and you're speaking, people may not hear your voice as well. And with all that being said, and speaking for long-term goals and decision, how much power you have and what's your current responsibilities, whether we're ready or not, our responsibility is to bring everyone that's here in Independence for the ride also. I personally don't believe in the disclusion movement. People have offended me all my life. Sometimes because I am not, I've had someone say, but you don't even have a college education. Okay, so I am a high school graduate and I'm excellent at what I do. And that's being and hearing people and seeing people. I don't feel comfortable excluding people when they say something offensive. If I did that, I would have a handful of people I spoke to or hugged in Independence. I'm bringing everyone with me. With all the papers written, with all the policy changes, when someone does something, I want to ask them, now what the heck did you say that for? Now you know that was wrong. And I did call my city council person, not naming names. That person that did that was offensive. I called and told them that. I had people not want to speak to him, not want to deal with him or her. I'll say him or her anymore. What does that accomplish? They live in Independence. My purpose would be for this is to say, baby, you can't say that. And let me tell you why. For one, most people feel it's not true. We have to speak and bring people with us. I do not want to be isolated. I want everybody coming with me. And so I personally need some kind of strategy when things happen, rather than to exclude that person out of the conversation. I would like a small group, especially when they represent the whole city. I would like a small group of where the talk points are councilors, and I definitely would be on that group where they can come. We have so many incidents that we do not speak of in Independence, but because I know everybody, I get all the scuttlebutt. We have things that happened at the mall. We have things that happen this. We have things. It should be a group that can talk it out. We can't just say, if someone says, I don't believe in Black Lives Matter. And I wrote all of this, what happened, where Casey mentioned, all of this is on that form. But sometimes it's hard to go back and do all of the things you said. I believe people should talk together. We can't be a task force, exclusionary task force. I don't believe in groups that don't hear other people's opinion. Some people just don't think Black people have a problem, and they're your best friend. Some people think that people should just say and do the right thing because you know how to do that in your body. And I have to give an example for people to understand where I'm going with this. So I talked to that city council member, kind of chastised the person, he or her. And I said, you're not even really like that. Why did you say that? People know when they're wrong. Give them a chance to clean it up. They live with you. They are your friends and neighbors. That same person also mentioned, it's ridiculous that we don't have more minorities in the city of Independence hired. They kind of knew why. They knew all the scuttlebutt up in the city, the city. The mayor, what I do like about our mayor, she's open to all things. But that doesn't mean that people who work for her and with her are the same way. They've been here all their lives. Some people don't know any better how other people feel. And the concerned citizens, I'd like to bring their name up, Nancy and Sam Harris. They have been feeling hurt for years. I like to bring up, some people don't know the leaders of the African American community, but they know the leaders of every other community. My point is this: until we're perfect, we have no perfect people. But on my train, they're coming with me to diversity and inclusion, and they're going to be part of the people that change and write things with us. I want to include everyone. When you make a mistake with Nina, don't even say you're sorry. That'll make you too humble. But come to me with strength and say, okay, I probably did wrong. I'm not sure why I did wrong. I'm not sure how them Black people feel. I'm not sure how the LQ communities feel. And I'm sorry that when I get to talking, I cannot give all the acronyms, but you know where I'm going with this. Everybody has a pain and a hurt, even non-minorities. And the thing is, I'm a people person. They tell me, people feel comfortable to tell me things. So in our long and short-term goals, we have to bring back people to the table that we think they're not cool enough and we done kicked them to the curb. I want to know why you think that Black people don't have a problem. I want to know why people in Hawthorne don't feel respected. I want to know why people sometimes think minorities cause the crime. I've lived here for 30 years. I kind of know that minorities not causing that much crime. They too scared. But I know a lot of people have problems and they're on meth and they are social economically the same as other people. I just want to include everyone, and I want to be real. I don't just want to keep writing things. I'm sort of like Roman and everybody on this. I love to see things on paper. I'm a visual learner. But after that, there are people that they don't even know how to get to your paper. We're going to have to do tangible things at a community. We're going to have to market ourselves that we mean this. And we can't always do it on paper in somewhere in City Hall. Some people will never read that. Some people at Community Service League, and I have been that person too. Yeah, I get a food box every once in a while. See, I'm a humble woman. I know where I stand. I know I have power, but I also know that all things don't have access unless you give it to people in different ways. And I don't mean to preach, but my grandma was a minister. I got to have everybody there at the table, or again, I have failed again at doing what I thought I was doing. And so I don't believe in leaving people out. And personally, that person that said that at the council meeting, he was the first person that invited my family and other families when we went up there to Jeff City to kind of tell everybody off and tell them where we stand. He was the one that took us around and showed us everything. He is the one that set us in the office and told us how his family had problems and how they have meth problems. He was the honest one. I'd rather for somebody to tell me straight up in my face what you feel so I can show you at least about my community, you are wrong. So I think with all of the strategies and all the things we do, we have to meet people where they are, and we cannot dismiss a person because of mistakes. Because if so, you got to dismiss me too, because I'm sure people all got something in their closet they haven't said out loud. But we do have to be humble and understanding. If we can't do that, we also should kick ourselves off this task force until we're open to be that person, because this task force is going full steam ahead. If we're not open to be different and to hear other people and maybe not change our inner soul yet, but act like it till you actually get there, we're not even ready to be on this task force. We have to all recognize that first in ourselves. Sorry I go too long, but I'm passionate about people.
Thank you for sharing that, Nina. From what I heard you say, you really want to be inclusive of especially marginalized groups that are within the community. So the ones that have less representation throughout the city, that I think the big piece, as we keep hearing, is accountability. So how do we hold other people accountable instead of just ignoring them or cutting them off, maybe giving that opportunity for redemption, for be able to come back in, but also having that educational piece. So like, why is someone wrong? Why is this not okay? What can we do about that? While making all of these policies, proposals accessible to anyone to read, regardless of who they are in the city.
So Hannah, my goal is to make this 3 minutes or less. I didn't get a chance to get in the survey, but I did take some notes, and just kind of zooming out for a minute, there are 3 things that kind of stuck out for me in these questions, which I thought were really well worded. First, I think we have to celebrate what's right between both groups, but I'm looking just for at DEI right now, the task force. I think Independence is such a beautiful community, and that has got a rich history and a foundation, that it has a patriotic pride in its president, who he is, what he stood for, and all that he represents, with the opportunity to grow and thrive and connect well in a community. And I think that is such a beautiful picture, but for so many marginalized, disenfranchised communities, much outside of race, that's just not the case. Equity is not necessarily equal, and opportunity is not equally accessible to everyone. So it is a beautiful story. It's a beautiful thing we use to pat on our back. And we almost do our populations of color, and again, our marginalized communities, a disservice by saying, come to where we are, be like who we are. And we don't even realize we're saying it. So it is a beautiful pearly white picture of all things good here in Independence. And it's such a different reality for so many of our communities. And there are good, upstanding, faith-based people who hold those things to be true and don't even realize that there are people that are suffering because of just kind of this culture we've created. But I think what's right about our community is that we believe everyone has an equal access and opportunity here. It's about how do we get to bridging that gap between what we believe, what we stand for, what our president stood for, and what's actually happening in Independence. The second thing is what I perceive. So this is kind of like my story, my experience, really brief. What I've understood to be true is that a certain type of Black person, a certain type of lesbian or gay person or transgender person, a certain type of Samoan person, or a certain type of poor person, a certain type of person can build relationship with anybody in Independence. Most people didn't know I was a woman of color when I spoke to them on the phone. I've been turned down for many interviews, more than I could count in person once they saw who I was. I have a great blessing and advantage just because of the opportunities, the access my parents and family gave me, that I could come into this community where traditionally I would have been marginalized, I would have been disconnected, I would have been disenfranchised, and I just bulldozed my way in. I made some not so good friends, made some opponents, made some really good partners, but I just kept pushing. That is not the reality, the confidence, and the truth of every person of color, every marginalized person. And what I perceive is that there's so many layers of either trauma, of loss, misperception, as Nina mentioned, lack of understanding of perspective. We all have different experiences, and I can only look at you, understand your world through the lens, the data, the history, and experience that I bring. If I am not willing to change my lens, to shift my perspective, to take on your eyes, your hands, your feet, we will never meet. So that point one about what's good, what's right, everything should be good for you here, that will always be my world and my reality, because I've never willingly taken on your posture, gotten in the dirt with you and tried to understand who you are. So I think a part of our forward movement, what this group and a new group, whatever it has to look like, has to be willing to dissect and unpack some of this rich history in the soil of this lack of understanding, this history of trauma, these unspoken histories that we never talk about, the issues with Black lives and police lives, and all of that stuff that's in the soil and conversation that we've just kind of buried over with good principles and good celebrations about Harry S. Truman year after year. That's got to be unpacked, or we are going to be on this cycle of having these kind of conversations over and over again. We've got to be willing to take the eyes and ears of other people. We do a lot of this. Now it's actually time to sit in the dirt and listen to people that don't look like us and whose worlds and realities have been nothing like ours. We could spend 2 years alone just doing that part of the work. So that's what I perceive is we've got to unpack the trauma. We've got to shift experiences and share experiences before we put one policy in place. And the last thing I would say, and I think, and I'm getting to it, the vehicle. So what I believe for this group, and as I look at kind of Human Relations Commission, I think of a bicycle. I think of folks on the diversity and inclusion group. I see them as like the handlebars, and we maybe have the helmet. We've got kind of the top half where you've got a lot of people who are thinking at the 30,000 foot level, the strategy. We've got to make change happen. We've got to create new policies. Like we're ready to drive the bike in a new direction. And then I see kind of the heroes that have been in the dirt for years, the folks on the Human Relations Commission. They're the spokes, they're the wheels. They've been working with or without the bike handlebars, and they've been making things happen. That middle part, that frame, that actual vehicle of where we're going to go and what it looks like, that's what I think the end goal of today is, and where we decide what this group looks like. I think it's a new day, it's a new charge, it's a new responsibility that's got to blend both strategy and practical, make people feel good, respecting and valuing all different perspectives and needs and lifestyles, as Mike mentioned. Like they've been in the dirt doing that work. And then you've got another part of the team that it's time to do some real core shaking policy change movement. We just got to put the pieces to the bicycle together. I think we've got fragmented pieces who've been doing good things, but we don't have a vehicle to actually move forward. And that should be the end goal for today. So we've got to celebrate what's right. We've got to give honor where honor's due. We have a great foundation here and a great history. But if we want people to believe and understand the voices, the value, the experiences of marginalized people, we have to invite them in the dirt with us. We have to ask them to come and sit with us. We have to share stories. We have to talk less, listen more. And then we've got to build the vehicle. And so I think each of these groups have started that piece. They've been working well and maintaining their part to the bicycle the best they know how. Now we've got this kind of cataclysmic, beautiful opportunity to put the bike together and decide where we want to go from here. So that was more than 3 minutes. I tried.
Thank you, Meredith. You provided a really good perspective of like what is a reality right now for either people of color, marginalized groups, disenfranchised groups, not just what we're planning on doing next steps. So what is, you know, a daily life experience for the folks that you mentioned? And I really love the analogy of like, how can we work together to drive and move forward? And Mike, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I kind of got my hand up. I had a couple things, especially after Nina there. One of the things that she made a comment, she was talking about not being able to write policy. And I remember when I was a little boy, my grandfather was on the board at Ottawa University. And up until that particular point, the board members, even past trustees, were allowed to vote on issues. All they had to do was show up at a meeting. And they were taking that vote away so that only the current board members could vote. And my grandfather said the one thing that just really stuck with me since, he says, I don't have to have a vote. I have to trust the people that I put in there and the people that are the board members who vote. What I have to have is a voice. I want them to listen to me and take me seriously. And I think hopefully that's something that we can do, and we do in some limited capacity. I know I've had several conversations with Mayor Weir, and thankfully she is so willing to listen to the perspective, and I can say, you know, this is what I'm seeing in the community. Perry Hill and I have worked with some of the landlord-tenant things, and some of them are really quick, easy things, but we've been able to have those conversations, and I see where things are happening. One of the things that I hope we get out of this group is that we get a little more organized so that we can take all of those experiences, take the things that, you know, Nina's got going on with her, take, you know, Gary with the homeless, myself, I'm working, well, I've got a couple different things. One of them is youth athletics, but and the bullying and that type of stuff with youth athletics. You know, those different things, and be able to combine it, put it together as a coherent report, so that the people that are elected, that are making those decisions, that are making those policies, can have something coherent that they can look at and say, this is the feedback from, you know, this group that's got their pulse, their finger on the pulse of what's going on in the community. And I think that's what makes part of the difference between us being a group formed through the city as a group versus just going out and joining, some activism group or, volunteering at Salvation Army. Or the difference is that we can sit down as a group of people and say, this is our pulse, this is what we're feeling, this is what we're hearing, and be able to report that back. That's what makes us a key part of the city organization, and not just, some random volunteer group. I'm sure we all have plenty of those that we're part of. My hope is to be part of that voice for the bigger picture. So I'm hoping that that's something that we get out of this, is that we can organize in a way to be that voice, and be that little bird on the shoulder of the council and Mayor Weir. And one of the things, and I don't know, it may come up later, I may be completely out of place. One of the things that I've suggested, and I really hope that we consider looking at, is actually forming it into 2 separate groups and doing diversity and human relations. Because one thing that I've heard very consistently, and especially if you listen to Nina's talk, as we're going through that, is race relations, the diversity, those things, they can be really overpowering. They're part of human relations, but there is so much to it in and of itself that I believe that it deserves its own focus. How we get along, how we move the city forward. I think, and I think Nina ought to chair it, by the way, but I think we need to have a group that can focus on that large issue, and then stick with the human relations that can, pay attention to the street crossings. And I don't want to make it sound like lesser items, but let's face it, you can deal with that a whole lot quicker and easier than you can dealing with the diversity. And so I kind of hope that we are able to split that up and hopefully give it the time that it deserves, and not leave everything else to be marginalized.
Thank you, Mike. And I did hear you mention a lot of that, being accessible to the community, as well as inclusive and having that representation, and through the trust of the community, being able to say, I trust with what you're voting, what you're saying, because you are representing me and including me.
Exactly. I think we need to be the group of people, and I think it's important for us, and each and every one of us, to be able to try and put ourselves in somebody else's shoes. I am not going to pretend to understand where everybody else is coming from, because I never will. But I can do my best to try to understand what they're telling me. And hopefully we can be those people that the city council can trust to have that objectivity, so that, when we present a report to them, or they're going to be able to understand what it is, where it's coming from, and know that it's been vetted some. These are people that are out in the community coming together, putting this together in one coherent package for us to know what policies to look at.
Thank you for that. Makes sense. Anyone else have any comments before we take a break?
Short one. I do get long-winded, but you know what? You know what I like about you, Mike Kopak? You're a truth teller. You don't pull no punches. Tell me straight up. That's why I respect you. And respect goes a long way.
It does. Hopefully that's something we'll have as a group, and love you too, Nina.
What a great group of folks. If everyone's okay, would it be okay for a 10 or 15-minute break? What would work better for everyone? Coming back at 10:10, 10:15?
10:15, I got to go all the way outside to smoke.
Is 10:15 okay with everyone else? For those that need some refills like me? Okay, perfect. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. If you want to make sure you're muted, and you can turn off your cameras for now. Just when you return, make sure you turn them back on so we know that you're there. And I'll do the same thing, and we'll see you again at 10:15.
Mike, I wanted to say it's nice to see your face for the second time. I've seen your face on a previous meeting, but I know we had conversation way back when, but it's nice to see your face.
Yeah, good to be. I was thinking the same thing. I was really glad to finally be able to put it all together. So
Yeah.
once we get past all this, we still need to do coffee.
Absolutely.
Since we don't get to see each other ever, how are you, Thad?
I'm good. I'm actually, I just had my second scare with COVID. Getting the phone call of saying, hey, you were possibly exposed. So we're kind of going, I'm only going to be at my house and I'm going to be at work. And those are the only two places. I think we're not going to do anything. We were going to do a friend's Thanksgiving with just like 6 of us, but I'm just like, no, I think we're just going to stay home. It's, my husband is so high risk. He only has a 60% lung capacity as is.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
He has a lung disease. So I don't know that he would survive it.
Right.
He's had his go around of being in the hospital, not being able to breathe, and he doesn't want to do it again. So,
right.
Yeah,
that's so important.
Yeah, and that was just this weekend. We went to a friend's house. It was just the 4 of us, and we were being socially distant. But you know, you get close, you don't think about things, you get comfortable.
Yeah.
And then the following morning, he's like, oh, by the way, we just gotten word that my office mate tested positive for COVID. And then instantly all I'm thinking about is like, oh, we played that game where we passed this board around. And so we all touched the same board. And so then, you know, like, okay, I see everything that I did wrong in that meeting, at that little gathering. And so now we're kind of just limiting ourselves again.
Yeah. I think it's important for us to, like, we're not sending our big boys back because our 6-year-old had COVID. Thankfully, he has asthma, but he only had a fever for 2 days. Anyways, I think it's important for us community members to not spread it too, for people like your husband, you know, so those ventilators can be available if needed. And, you know, because if someone has a heart attack or a car wreck or something and all the ventilators are taken, you know, what do we do then? So we also, in affirmation for you and your husband, we're not doing Friendsgiving or anything either. It's just going to be us and our children and all our pets.
Yeah.
So, real quick, because I know we're going to start. Did you get a cat?
I got 2 cats. We adopted 2 cats. I had a friend that a pregnant mama took up shop in their shrubs. So they took the kitty in and we went and met them, and we were just going to take one, but then we're just like, we need to.
Well, congratulations. I think I saw a picture and one was super cute.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'll stop asking questions.
Fine.
Ed, I just heard what you said. I'm sorry about, you said that someone in your family, I just got back.
Oh, no, we just had our second COVID scare, getting a phone call about, hey, you've been possibly exposed. So, yes. And so basically we're shutting ourselves back down. I'm going to go to work and at home, and that's it. That's all I'm doing. We're not going any extra no social things. Not even socially distant. I'm just like, it's just too much of a risk for Dustin because he has a lung disease and has 60% lung capacity as is. So it's something he may not survive.
It's hard, Dad. I understand that. It's not been easy. Having been through those scares twice myself, it's not fun.
Yeah.
Take care of Dustin. He's
Absolutely.
Wonderful. He's handsome. He smells good, and take care of him. I love Dustin.
He loves you.
All right, Erin, thank you for, I think almost everyone is back, or everyone might be back. Roman, I know that you are sharing your photo, but we also appreciate you when you turn your camera on. So if that's okay, so is everyone seeing my screen? So it looks like an Excel sheet. Okay, is a font or the size big enough for everyone to read? Is anyone having a hard time seeing any of the font? All right. My monitor is really big, so to me everything looks big, but I know that some folks might have a smaller screen, so I want to make sure we accommodate to that.
If we could make the font size just a little bit bigger, since we are live streaming, I know sometimes if the font size is too small, you can't really see it in the live stream. So if we can make it a bit bigger for that purpose, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yes. Let's do 20 to make it a little bit more legible. I know sometimes if someone is using their phone or a smaller laptop or netbook, it is hard to see. All right, so as people were able to share earlier, we really appreciate the opportunity to be able to hear your stories, not just about your group and what the commissions are doing, but also about your individual stories, why it's important to you as members of the community, your personal experiences, and kind of that desire to move forward and continue this great work. So as we were talking earlier, so one of the things that I want to do is kind of jot down kind of the main points that we discussed earlier. I know I have notes, but I would also like for folks to be able to, making sure that we heard you correctly. And if anyone doesn't feel comfortable speaking up, but you want to use a chat box, that would be okay too, to make sure we have it in here. So we're going to do one group at a time, just kind of reflecting of what we said earlier. And let's go ahead. Looking for the chat box somewhere on my screen, but it's not popping up. So I think once someone sends a message, it might pop up on my end, but that's okay. So I apologize for that. Okay, no, I still don't see it. All right, so things that we heard from our Human Relations Committee. So this is for the Human Relations folks. One of the things that I think we heard a lot was it accountability? One of the last things that Mike had mentioned. So if you want to just mention the key points that you heard while we were, and it could be from either group, while we were listening to the human relations folks, kind of like what stood out to you the most of what is important to this group.
Inclusion, I heard inclusion, and I guess forgiveness, or not necessarily forgiveness, but I guess tolerance. In which Nina would mention that she didn't want any group to, be canceled or, pushed away because they made a mistake.
Yes.
Another thing that I took away from the human relations is that they're community focused.
Excellent point, yes.
I'd say holistic application, so it goes along with community and inclusion. So they want to make sure not only are they processing through big issues, but they have tangible application of their services.
I heard what Mike said. He believes that this group should be, and to make it small, separate from diversity issues. And I believe that's an unspoken thing that people don't say in human relations. And if so, so be it. Separation of task for the two groups, however that can be said. Human relations not take on diversity. They take on more community focus. Or does that need to be put there? Because I did hear that.
And if we could parking lot that for discussion, that's one I'd like to kind of explore. Because when you say diversity, Nina, I immediately think of community. And I think in my mind, again, and trying to take on the perspective of Mike and the human relations folks who did the work, diversity and inclusion in my mind is the lens through which community work has to be done. So you can't really be holistic, culturally responsive unless you are equity practicing, diversity acknowledging, inclusively aware, and then you do the work. So I'm struggling, I think, with the separation. And the second part of that is if I look at the models that other cities and states are doing, when you talk about human relations, it's the relationships and activities and exchanges from one people, community, or group to another. And so how we tease out diversity and inclusion from that, how human beings interact, serve, and relate to each other, I'm struggling, I think, with that distinction.
And I think that could be talked about. I don't think he means to take out diversity. And tell me if I'm wrong, Mike. I think he feels overwhelmed for human relations to have to do that as a bullet point. Me, maybe I want it like that, but I think he speaks for more people than I realize that's on the commission now. I've heard that in meetings. It is overwhelming. So yes, we probably need to talk about it, but the Human Relations Commission that is gathered now may feel like that's overwhelming. So I was hearing his voice as his co-chair.
Yeah. So as a follow-up to that, Mike and Nina, would the concern be that the Human Relations is basing this conversation off of history, and is it open and willing to changing, or it really feels most comfortable and effective in how it does business now? That would be helpful too.
There you go, Mike.
Okay, I don't think they're separate issues, separate. However, one thing that we've had some conversation already, one thing that seems to overshadow everything else tends to be diversity, because it is such a large issue in and of itself. And especially, Nina did a great job with race relations and how that's implemented, how that affects so many different things. And so what happens is it kind of overshadows everything else. And I think it needs its own focus. I think that's a big enough issue by itself that when you've got an hour a month to sit down together, you can, and we do spend an entire hour on diversity, where, sometimes what we need to do too is hear about, one of our members and her access and transportation issues, and how it is that, handicapped people are able to get around the city. It's hard to get all that done at once when you've got one huge issue here, and then all these others that they end up becoming the marginalized groups, the ones that aren't heard, because there's so many other big things to deal with. So, I don't want to try and say that I'm trying to separate or minimize, or, it's just about how can we use the time effectively, and how can we come up with a way to approach it so that we're not ignoring anybody in anything that needs to be done. So yeah, I'm not trying to separate them as much as there's just a bigger issue, bigger picture there.
And I have totally helps. I have to say something that after that, actually diversity to me, Mike, and I'm using my voice now, we don't speak about it much at all, but the last meeting, that was an unofficial meeting, we did. But I definitely used the accessibility. I was on there with the people. It was just two of us doing accessibility to bus transportation. What I was saying is that I do hear your voice. I like to hear everyone. So when we were talking about human relations right now, your voice, and obviously many others, whether they say it to me or not, because they don't say that at the meetings. T is the chair. He possibly feels that way too. He did mention at the last meeting that we talked about this a lot, because it was a Black Lives Matter type thing. He mentioned, let's move on past that. There may be many people that feel that way. They're not against diversity. They just don't hear, they feel like maybe unconsciously, they feel like it's taken over the news and everything else, and that's not in their life span. I'm just saying what human relations, what you mentioned, because I didn't want you to ever think I don't hear you. You know, I do hear everyone, but we really don't talk about diversity much. We talk about the other things, we just don't always back people up. But I do back people up for anything they say as the co-chair. I'm there with them. I'm there hands-on with them. And I was at the meeting for accessibility when it was only 2 of us there. So I want to give power to my voice too, that we don't talk about diversity very much. We just don't ever have time because everybody's so busy to talk about other things. But that's my voice. Maybe you feel like we did. Only the last meeting we did that, and that wasn't a real meeting, that was unofficial. I just wanted to, you know, kind of set it out there too.
And
so maybe in the box, can we, and this is just my input, a suggestion, not anything I've heard, but could human relations consider, would it consider becoming the umbrella? So going back to the body of the bicycle analogy, actually, I'll use emergency human services as an example. So because of the pandemic, we have this thing called ESF6, Emergency Human Services. It's the hub, but it is so overwhelming to try to tackle every human impact and issue that this pandemic is showing. So there's one group focused just on feeding. There's one group focused just on school reentry. One group focused on vulnerable populations. So caring for the elderly. One group focused on logistics, getting personal protective equipment. I would like to see some, and this is my voice, clarity, refortification, if you will, for what Human Relations Commission in the City of Independence means. And if it is the overarching body for many body parts, including diversity and inclusion, including accessibility, including policy, I don't know, creation, representation to city council, whatever those different arms and parts would look like, is it a possibility we could explore Human Relations Commission kind of retooling its goal, name, function? Because it sounds like from Mike's voice, diversity and inclusion is so important, which it is. It's so multifaceted. It's far sweeping across every component of this community. But you don't want it to be overwhelming and distracting from the major important pieces that the Human Relations Commission is also responsible for. So it needs a home. And I would hate to see them have 2 separate homes, because to me, they would seem canceling of each other. Again, it's just my perspective, my voice, competing almost, confusing a little bit.
And that's what I did put. I put so much on that list. On my list, I said we need to redo the purpose and the mission of human relations. Miss Ruiz, you probably saw that. So I do believe we have to do that. I think it's all over the place right now because it's, you know, being redone. I said it has to morph into a new animal. That's what I put on my, so I do agree with Meredith. I do agree, Mike, that you feel like, you know, we have so many other things that are important. And I think we touch on them all, and no meeting has ever been official meeting just about other things. I have to say that one more time, but redoing the mission and vision would take care of all of that. And I think I like to put on there, we don't even get things from the HUD perspective on what people are doing for other people in their homes, Mike, like you were saying. We all need to have all the information. And I would say that like information needs to be funneled directly to us in human relations, but that's part of redoing the mission and vision and what we truly are. And it probably has to be maybe even renamed. A lot of people wanted it renamed. But as a co-chair, I have to hear everyone's voice. I can't, you know, just put my perspective on this. So, and Tia is our chair. And I'm not sure where he stands in some things, but that's not for me to say. That's for him to say. But redoing the mission has to be first. I did write that down.
Awesome. And I'm highlighting yellow, I'm not sure if you're able to see my key. Yellow means things that don't exist there, but kind of recommendations or things you would like to see in the future state of your commission. So I think that it's really important to include those, but also identify like, we don't have this yet, but this is where we think would be best. Okay.
I think you're right on. I still think that we don't have the time and the resources to adequately have the meeting because you're talking about so much information and in a limited amount of time and resources that I really think that we need to have the separate group. I think that even working together, because I do think they do go together. They are under that umbrella. But my concern is still when you have that monthly meeting, and you've got that hour or, and I know a lot of times Tia's got a meeting he has to run to. So we're pretty limited to just an hour. And that's really hard to cover that kind of ground, and especially the bigger issues within that hour meeting each month.
And our official meeting times was once every 3 months originally. That is still what is recorded with the city. We're supposed to meet once every 3 months. We just took it upon ourselves to do hourly meetings. So our whole thing has to be revamped, just truthfully.
Okay, so for this, should I put maybe on the side or originally or written as every 3 months, you said?
That's what officially the city has, but it doesn't get much done. Monthly meetings, if people agree, monthly meetings probably are important. And everybody's like, well, I have to go. As soon as 59 minutes hits, that's the new way. With all that being said, scheduling challenges, yeah. That's a good way to put it. To be talked about. Mm-hmm.
Well, and we had, as a group, put together a mission statement, and I'm hoping somebody's got that somewhere in there. But we'd put together a proposed mission statement, and we proposed that the city officially change it to a monthly meeting. So that's what we've been doing since we combined the two groups. Was a monthly meeting.
All right, and I'll just scroll a little bit so you can see what we've already discussed and to see what we're missing from what we discussed earlier. So if it's okay, so one of the big things that I heard Nina say earlier was also about education. And I believe I heard Lupe too. So that ongoing education of how everyone has learned something throughout their experience, not just in the committees, but throughout just being a person on this planet. So that's okay, I can add education to that.
And even though this is really hard, we tried it once, we did it once, and it was good, but it's hard to gather. We showed some of that education on City 7, but even with a strong group like we had, Thad was there, Roman was there, I was there, Lupe was there, so many people were there, it still didn't, it was too hard to get done. Invite people to talk about education on City 7. I think that should be brought up again, education on City 7. I think that should be relooked at.
And Nina, sorry, on City 7, is that meaning that it was public, from the public, or can you help me understand that a little bit more?
It's a public forum to see city council meetings and such. We did one on women's power, and we had so many scheduled, we ended up just doing one, but it was a good thing to do. But now we're getting into volunteers doing a lot of work, but I think we should revisit it. Maybe we can do it. So I would like to put that up there. And one more thing that's another elephant in the room. We have someone we go to as a contact, but all the things we need from human relations is never given to us. We need a contact that tells us that something happened at the mall in a timely way, and we need to be aware of it. I found out on TV what happens in Independence that human relation people should know. We need a contact that will type to us what is going on in a timely manner. That has always been a concern with human relations. Mike has said he has done things, with HUD things. I'm the co-chair, no offense, I know nothing about it. I was so happy he did it. I had no idea. That's because we haven't met. And it's also because when things happen, it is never sent out by a contact person. We need a city contact person that will do that. And this may seem small, but if you're on human relations, every one of you know that that was a big thing. We didn't know what was going on in Independence. We had to guess or come through it for something we heard or saw on TV. No one ever told us ahead of time. So a city contact with timely issues for human relations. That's the way I would put it.
All right, and just to make sure I typed that correctly, Nina. So this is not just within your Human Relations Committee, not the communication there and not the communication of the hub, but you're talking about the entire city kind of incidents that happen throughout the city?
Yes, what we need to work on and work with. We don't always know. It's like two people that talk amongst each other because they get a call, but they never tell human relations they got that call. Never have heard it. And it happens all the time. It's probably happened through the years, but I'm just talking about since I've been there. And I brought it up many times, but it was like one of those things that was like, well, that's always the way it goes. But we really do need a timely communication with these things. If someone has at the mall where the young ladies and Applebee's closed, I heard that on TV, not because human relations could have maybe talked to someone or, I just think we shouldn't hear it on TV. We should know about it. We're human relations.
And Nina, I can't speak for the city's processes or maybe the city manager's perspective. Maybe Roman has some insight, not calling him out to speak on it. But I think if perhaps city staff, especially in a leadership capacity or law enforcement, have some comfort in looping us into the process if there is some clear course of action. Like if we had some established mission or objective that had to do with public facing liaison or, being that diffuser, being that culturally sensitive, like if that was a capacity that the Human Relations Commission owned under the diversity and inclusion subgroup or something, it would absolutely make sense. I just using our diversity and inclusion task force as an example, I think as Casey and Roman and some of the other members were working through some of those, we're asking for this, here's why we're asking for it, here's the change we're looking for. We had a little bit more clout and credibility to make that request because we had a documented kind of plan and process of why we wanted it, what we were going to do with it, and how we were going to partner together with city staff. So I think that comes back to that accountability too. It's great that we want to be involved, but I think folks from an operational standpoint need to feel comfortable. Why do you need to be involved? I mean, we're public citizens, absolutely right. We should be involved, we should be informed, but how are we going to help collaborate and continue to contribute to the kind of betterment of this situation or diffuse the situation? And if we have nothing to point to, like a process or on paper, they may not be as apt to do that. So that's just a thought. But I think you talked about retooling the mission, or at least revisiting it, maybe refreshing that and underscoring why that's important and what our role is in that will really help underscore, like, this is a request we're making. Here's why we need to make it. Here's where it ties back to our plan or our strategy. If that makes sense.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. You just say so much things so much more eloquently, but that is exactly what I've been saying for a long time.
Oh, Lupe, sorry we interrupted.
Oh, when I first came into the commission, I think the city received a formal complaint and it went through human resources. And I think Debbie, I forgot her last name at the time, I think she reviewed it and presented to us if it was, it needed more investigation, but they don't do that anymore. So it happened when I first came in, probably the first 5 years, but we don't have any more complaints like they used to. So I don't know how they do it now, but that's just a little history of what happened. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
I just want to piggyback on that. At a time when I was on the commission, we did deal directly with landlord-tenant complaints. If a resident felt like they were discriminated based on their race, class, and gender, and we did retool the bylaws to um, capture more, to be more inclusive, to be able to expand into specific areas. And so the way that I look at the commission is that it is a voice for the people that in which certain things come in, if there are clear and outlined objectives, such as for the landlord and tenant complaints that would come into the commission, then that, like Meredith said, it could be tied directly to someone who could be responsible to report to the commission. So if it is dealing with issues of police complaints against race and discrimination, then those can come to the commission. And then there should be a point person who would then feed information to the commission. I don't necessarily think it, well, and since you all adapted the ADA, there should also be someone clearly providing information, and even in regards to what CDBG and HUD is doing with different programs that to assure ADA compliance. And so I think it's a matter of the Human Relations Commission coming up with clear objectives and clear things that it actually wants to accomplish with clear outcomes. So that way the city knows exactly which staff person to assign, what type of information is needed, and how the city can be accessible for the commission. And so if it comes to changing the mission or the vision, that is important, but having measurable outcomes and actual goals that want to be accomplished will help what I'm seeing from the city and to actually point someone in the direction to be a liaison to the commission, if that makes sense.
Totally makes sense. And I always thought we had one, but to make it more focused, that's what should happen. But we did think we had one. And we did talk to that person. We went through that person to say all these things. So it's all good because it's a new day.
It's just tough with one person. Staff is really stretched thin. And so having multiple points of contact, especially since you all included the disability component in, the mission, or the bylaws have been expanded to where you all can actually go into different areas. It definitely requires more than one liaison to provide information and also be able to get the information from you all, but also to hear what you all need and to fulfill those needs. So, and I do remember when being on the commission and we had one liaison and she was stretched thin, and I'm sure she's probably stretched just as thin or thinner now.
I think one thing with the housing, and one reason that we may not be seeing as many, I think, is probably the city's addition of Perry Hill. He does a really good job with, I think, heading off an awful lot of things. He's got a real passion for the city. I have an awful lot of respect for him. The one that I was talking about earlier, Nina, I didn't know, I thought you were on the email, but when we got that, it was something that Perry said, look, this isn't something in my purview. It's going to take a little more than what I can do. It had already been through like 3 people at City Hall. And so I talked to Tia and said, how about if I get the information together, let's put it all together, and then when we have a meeting, I can have some kind of a coherent report as to what the situation is. So yeah, nobody was intentionally left out. It's just we're still trying to get the information together since we haven't been meeting. But I think Perry Hill has probably saved us quite a bit of issue because he is pretty good at mediating a lot of things.
And Mike, what you were talking about is that you have kind of an assigned person for the housing issues. Is that correct? Kind of like a combination of the 2 points that we have here.
Yeah, Perry Hill is, he does landlord licensing. And so landlord tenant complaints go through him. That's his thing. And so, and I hear about some of the things just because I work with him on the rental ready inspections. Is how I kind of keep up with that. And I'd suggested that we consider him as our city liaison just because of that. He's in a position that dovetails right into a lot of what we've historically done. But yeah, he's the city person in community development that does that landlord tenant issues.
Is he part of the Human Relations Commission, or he has that other position and just kind of his work overlaps with some of the issues presented in human relations?
So
No,
I want to chime in on that. Perry Hill, he is the
thank you.
he's a business license compliance officer and deals with the rental ready program, and in that he deals with the landlord tenant complaints. In regards to being the liaison and to provide information for the Relations Commission, and due to me being on the commission before, we were able to head off some of the complaints that were race driven and to provide that different perspective. But Perry Hill would be good to be a liaison to report those landlord tenant complaints, especially if it comes to areas of discrimination and the ADA compliance. But I think that would be the limit of his capacity for the Human Relations Commission to deal with that specific component. Now, if there's something in regards to police complaints or something else, then there should be another point person. But specifically for the housing, Perry would be a good liaison for that particular component.
That's perfect. And that's some of the things we need to get in place. And, by having an email, if people, have email, at least send it out to all the people what he can. But I would agree. But we have to, fix all that in a human relations meeting with city officials in that meeting. So we need some city officials with power to be in a meeting with us, a one-time shot, and get all of this in place once we have it in place. And T is the chair, so he'll decide when we can do all of this. Soon as possible, even if it's on a Zoom meeting.
I don't know if this is the time or place for this, but I just have a question. What does the Human Relations Commission do in a meeting if they're not handling diversity, and now they're kind of not, housing's being kind of handled already? What does that hour meeting look like?
That's been a huge issue, especially after we rolled disabilities into it. That's one of the things that we've been trying since we started. We've been at this for what, a year, a little over, something like that, but probably not quite a year counting all of our COVID time off. When they rolled it together, one of the first things we had to do was figure out what defines us. That took a huge amount of our time trying to figure out what is it that we're supposed to be doing, because we got no guidance from this city at all. We just kind of got shoved in together. They found, Human Relations found out about it because I showed up at a meeting and said, gee, we're together now. So we were really left in the dark. So that has been one of our first big things to overcome. Beyond that, then the passion things is one of my, that was my baby. I really wanted to do that because there were so many different things coming in for different people. And so now kind of what I've been doing is each person has kind of been reporting mine, and I talk about youth athletics, but the bigger picture of that is that it's almost 8% of young athletes drop out of sports and never play sports again because of a coach. It's not because they got tired of it, not because they became teenagers and found girls and boys, and it's because of a coach. And, how do we, and I had an experience with the hockey team. With some
and if I could answer that, I thought I could stop talking.
How do we get past that?
And if I can answer this,
we kind of back on those as to what each person's thing is, kind of trying to get a feel for where everybody is. Now's the opportune time because we've kind of got that focus, kind of got an idea of what groups, what we need to be doing. Now we just need to get it all pulled together.
And I like to say what we've been doing is this. We've all been doing separate things. Mike with the children and housing, Gary with, and me with the displaced people, do things with the skateboarders, with all these different groups. We've been doing separate things like we did before, just truthfully. The thing we did before, we came together and got some policy change. But Thad, you remember, everybody has something they brought to the table. You came to the table and said, I need help with this. And the people that felt like helping you with your passion that was for the whole city, we came to help. That hasn't changed much, but we probably need to change and become more like people are saying an umbrella and doing other things. But we've been getting things done separately like we always did, even when you were there and Roman were there. How we brought things to the table that you wanted to do, remember? Or Roman wanted to do, or I wanted to do. And then someone said, I'll help you do that. It's still kind of working like that. So we are doing things the same way, but we may have to revisit and morph the situation. And I'm glad we're talking about it, because it's hard to talk about it when you don't say things eloquently. People kind of don't hear your voice sometimes. And I've been feeling we needed change in this for a long time, but maybe it'll happen now, and we'll have someone eloquent to talk for us too, and it'll all work out.
That was your question answered? Does that clarify the differentiation and diversity?
Well, yes, I think that's that clarified, and I think it really puts a stronger focus on the mission and vision of the human relations being revamped, because when that commission is solely just doing things based on individual purposes and needs, they're really not meeting the whole community. So I think that's going to be something where I think like bringing more people to the table to be able to handle this is you're handling this, you're handling this under the umbrella. I really like that umbrella idea. I think that'll help organize.
And are you talking about maybe subcommittees or like
Correct.
different kinds of groups that you're still under the same umbrella, but maybe some strengths are, housing, some strengths are teaching new topics on DEI. So people have different talents. All these things,
Mike said, everybody has their individual passion, and Nina said their individual passion. It's just a matter of making sure that we're meeting everybody so that we're inclusive and diverse, to make sure that everybody has a voice at the table. And I think the subcommittees are going to be how that happens. I think that allows people to everybody get their seat at the table in a subcommittee.
And that means we need more people.
Correct.
People leave constantly, and they go to their passion, and they leave the human relations kind of there to do how they do it. We need more people at the table. We need people to send people to the table. We need the table to be bigger. We used to have bunches of people, but people left. And what do you do when that person represents a really important group? What do you do? I think the new thing is to have, when people leave a group, bring someone to the table again that can do and be the voice that you brought. That would help, because when people leave, we get so empty. Like no one comes and represents groups again that we need. We need more people like that said. And we need people with really good skill sets that are good at organizing and policy and paper. We need that for human relations, but I think they all jumped to the task force. So I don't know, maybe the task force in human relations, or maybe we're a subcommittee. I don't know. All needs to be talked about with the city official.
And might I jump in here? So as far as the retention for Human Relations Commission, and anyone can jump in, what do you think the retention issues are? Because I'm listening to the dialogue and the discussions that are being had, and there's some things that keep popping up, which is basically focus for that commission. And where your guys' mission and purpose lies. But is that why you guys think that you're not able to retain membership? Is it because of that focus issue that seems to be had? Or do you think people are leaving for something completely different?
No, they're not leaving because of, I think that would be making human relations too small. People aren't leaving because human relations doesn't get things done, because it's been here forever. You would have to count it from the beginning of time. People leave because they find strength in their passion. When human relations there, then they jump off into something that's really hard and they volunteer for their passion and new thing, because we're a place that people understand and grow. And sometimes when that happens, strong people leave and go other places. It's the nature of human relations, to find a bigger picture in the thing that you always believed in. Maybe it should be people that don't have as many passions. They have more of a organizational, whole city skill. I don't have organizational, but one thing I can say, everything that each of the people on human relations invited me to, and for the last 8 years, I have showed up. I've showed up for Thad. I showed up for Roman. I showed up for all the people. We do have to have that kind of participation. I showed up for the bus problem, for a disability. Sometimes it kind of wears thin, and I have people tell me privately, well, they didn't come to my passion. They didn't use the word passion. I said, well, maybe they were busy. That's just part of the problem, Becky. Not so much that we didn't get anything done. I think that's a cop out if anybody ever says it, because it feels like a job and we're volunteering. So, I mean, if anyone's ever said that, I think it's not true. I think we all have different skill sets, and maybe some don't feel as valuable as city's hard to fight against. Human relations, if we're fighting against some kind of city entity or some big organization, someone's getting a 501(c) or someone's doing that, we're never going to compare. We're just community members trying to get things done for the whole city. It's a different job and skill set. And that's why we need to talk to someone about it and help us reorganize again. People that have these good skill sets. And we miss people that are really good at this. But I think we work too hard to think it's another reason. It's just people, they grow and they get bigger and they go past human relations. There's no other reason than that. And I usually speak for myself, but I'm speaking from experience at this point.
Gotcha.
I see that up there. Yeah.
I had a question.
I hear that, but I'm also, I think part of it is that I think there's people that don't feel like they're heard in the meetings, or that, they're not necessarily listened to. And that's part of why I think it ought to be two separate groups, is because there are people that feel like we get into the diversity and it overshadows.
And I'm sorry, Mike, I don't feel that way. And I'm glad I can agree to disagree. Diversity doesn't really happen in our meetings that much. It happens, I mean, not as an African-American diversity. I hardly bring my diversity up at all because it's so many other diverse things. And I know what you're saying, because I've heard a person say that. They said they don't care about disability as far as me getting on the bus. People should have been at that meeting. It couldn't hurt you to be there, if you could have been. It's not diversity as far as an African-American diversity. I want people to understand. It's diversity, you're saying, Mike, in all things, because I hardly ever bring up African-American diversity. I deal with that at my church more so than in human relations, but I plan on dealing with it more because I think I need to. So, I just want to clarify diversity. Sometimes people hear that word and they think minorities in color and race. And we don't talk about that much in our meetings at all, ever.
I had a question. You mentioned worth in, and I wasn't sure what you meant by that. Is there too much work for one person specifically, or what did you mean by that?
It's not too much work for people's passion. They seem to get that done but it's too much work to keep it all together. Like our chair, he has so much he does in the community. He comes to the table and he really supports us emotionally and spiritually. But I'm sure, you know, we're a volunteer group. We have no budget, and we don't mind that because the city always comes through for us. But yeah, wear thin is a word, because that's why people have to go. They have these big lives. And we got to find a way where we value maybe human relations more. Human relations is valued for what it gives to a city, but it's not valued the people on human relations. I think that's a fair statement.
So you feel like you lack value?
Well, I feel like I have value, but Mike has already said people don't feel heard. So I, as a co-chair, I'm always trying to speak, you know, the truth of other people. People value me because maybe I can't be denied, but obviously other people may not feel valued. And it's not because of the group. I'm sorry, it's not because of that. It's because of the nature of the group. Because I hear everywhere people say, I call them back, I email them, I keep up with them. So it's not the people on it, it's the nature of the group. Is that good, Becky? Do you see it like that? I know you had asked about that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see where you're coming from as far as the retention and things like that. So that did answer my question. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And,
So
I just want to chime in briefly. In my experience in being on the commission, you know, there has to be clear objectives and directions within the group, and it is important that everyone feels heard. And I think one thing that was different, I guess, when I was on the group, is that although we took everyone's opinions in consideration, we did have clear objectives, and everyone knew exactly what they were supposed to be doing. And that's when we were most effective. And I wouldn't necessarily say, from my perspective, that it's the nature of the group, but it just has to be the willingness of everyone to hold within the guidelines and the group's focus, and kind of not deviating. I haven't been to any human relations meetings or seen how they happen, but I do see how, you know, Mike and Nina's two strong personalities, if you all have two directions that you each want to go, and they're connected to your passion, but they aren't necessarily tied to the bylaws and the goals and the direction of the group, how those could possibly be distracting. And so that's just from my experience and just hearing the dialogue between you two. You both are very passionate in your direction, but I'm not certain if that actually translate over into hitting the goals of the Human Relations Commission and actually getting things accomplished. But you know, those are things that I see will make the group, and in my experience have made the group effective, is by holding true to the goals and sticking on those issues, regardless of where your passion lies, but focusing on putting the group's objectives and goals first. And, you know, understanding responsibility that your duty is to be the voice of the people and not necessarily just our own particular passions. And that's something that I had to learn myself, you know, and that's something that, you know, Nina and Lupe and everyone taught me is sticking to what the group is doing and, you know, to put those priorities above self. That's all.
Yeah, the only, I think those are great points, Roman. The only 60-second soundbite I would say is that chairing a committee or a board is super hard. I chair one now, I sit on two others. And when you're deeply passionate and committed about something, you can dominate the microphone. And I do that frequently. And I think over time and experience and reading the body language, the responses, and even meeting attendance of others, I have learned as a chair, some days, actually 90% of my role is just to facilitate. So if it's putting things in parking lot, keeping us steered on goals and objectives, underscoring our mission, there's a time for storytelling, there's a time for historic, you know, reflection and that kind of thing. But if it becomes about the clash of the passions that everybody brings to the table, we'll never make progress. And to answer Becky's point, like, I would be the first to jump ship off of that kind of meeting. I love conversations like these, but I'm gonna need a nap and some gym time after this training, because it's a lot. It's just, it's heart work, it's emotion work, and it is hard to stick in this kind of conversation every 3 months, let alone every month. So it's just got to deliver and look a little different. I love Nina's vulnerability when she talked about, like, you know, I'm so passionate, organization, not maybe my thing. So partnering with a leader that is organized, that's all about the bump, 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 and still making room and voice for this voice to be heard and this voice to be heard, but keeping us aligned on goals and objectives. Like, if that's not the existence of the Human Relations Commission, I can see why, right now, I can see why that retention would be an issue. And that's not because of a younger generation thing or lack of attentiveness or people have got greater passions over here. In the time of Zooms, pandemics, and all that we have to balance, folks have to feel like their time is meaningful. They have to feel like their voice is heard, and they have to feel like they're coming to a cause on a table that is actionable, that's doing things, and then they can move on and come back to it. If it feels just like revisiting, recycling, heavy conversations, it's, people don't want to always be in the heavy all the time. So
I like that. And it's easier said than done. And maybe reorganize and have a chair and co-chair that's good at that, and not just leave it in the laps of passionate people that are on the ground people like Tia and me.
you need a good balance. There's room and there's positions and there's importance, critical importance for every single one of those people. So I don't want to miss that. You lose history and value with removing or reassigning the passionate people. It's just how you blend them like puzzle pieces.
Yep. And it sounds like we have a good fill out kind of a good perspective of like what's happening now, what are the challenges or gaps that we feel were identified in our human relations group. Now we can do the same thing with the mayor's commission or task force. Of course, if you see something that matches on the other side, that's okay too. So kind of the same question to this team, like from what we've talked about, from what you've heard from the human relations, what we talked about earlier, kind of what are the main points that stood out to you, whether it was what you have now, and additionally, what you think might be missing and would like to add.
I'd say it's inclusion for us. I'm sorry, I cut somebody off. Who was that? Was that Roman?
You're fine. Go.
Okay, go Thad. No, you go first.
I'm just gonna say, policy is really important to me. I mean, I think that's one of the things that I think the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force was charged with, that looking at old policies that weren't being utilized, that weren't being honored, that that was one of the main goals for me as policy, is to making sure that our city government is reflective of our values in that policy actions.
And I just want to see our inclusion broadened. So I think we did a great job of recognizing the concern, the trauma, healing the bleed. I still think there's some level of restitution, even emotionally, that folks were bringing to the table still deserve to feel and need to hear. But it at least got our attention. Now I think we need to broaden our clientele, if you will, that we represent, who we speak for, what we speak for. So that the community at large doesn't feel like it's just an African-American movement or it's just a people of color movement.
I also think that we were asking for transparency in those policies and actions as well. By having the police department at the table and asking them to explain some of those policies and looking at some of their practices as well. Something else that we looked at was recruitment. And how do we attract talent that showcases diversity in our community? Because right now, I don't think that we have that in our city government positions necessarily. And certainly some of the recruiting material does not reflect that, both in social media and the other forms of recruitment materials.
And is that still an issue? So that's something that, is that one of the gaps?
Absolutely, that's a gap. Especially if you look on social media, what gets posted. It's the same old, same old.
And just making sure my paraphrasing is okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I'll highlight that one.
And did they add that in as far as recruitment and hiring? To hire people and to speak it to them when you hire them. What do you feel about diversity? What have you done? It may not be the end all of end all. What are people even asked? What have you done at places you've been to before that recruits a diverse talent? And the places that you were at before, did they, include diversity in their hiring? This is a United States problem. Sometimes it's not just an independence problem. So in interviews, you have to ask that. And I'm not sure with Helen saying that, I'm not sure if it's even asked. It may be now, but probably 3 years ago. I know people that have been trying to be hired, they're excellent. And they didn't get hired. So maybe if you ask some of those questions, they can look at them a little closer.
It's a really good point. So I'm also going through my list. One of the big things that I remember hearing, oh, sorry, Casey, I saw you unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Sorry. Are we, because we're also speaking to short and long-term goals, right?
Yeah, so some of the ones that are highlighted are like long-term goals, bigger
Okay.
issues. So we can type both.
Okay, this somewhat was mentioned by Nina. I think we do, this is more, I don't know, practical-ish, but I think we need to honor, and we've talked about this in our committee meetings, but it hasn't been spoken to much just because of what we've been talking about, but honor the community of concerned citizens and Miss Nancy and Mr. Sam Harris for their commitment for decades to our community and for the direction that the memorandum did have and all those sweat and tears that probably went along with that. So just honoring the community of concerned citizens and the Harrises.
Thank you. So one of the things that I heard mentioned earlier too was foundation. So I believe it was this group that really, I think it might have been, I'm not sure, Roman left us. I think it might have been him who mentioned kind of laying down the foundation or making foundational changes. Was that to what the group has already established and that's why it was established because of foundation changes, or is it something that the group is looking forward to doing?
I think it's both.
And with COVID, I don't know how possible this is or what this would even look like, but my understanding with any kind of community organization of change that even ultimately leads to policy and protocol change, there seems to be this global awareness or acknowledgement that a large population of the community is looking for, several populations, whether that be Hispanic and Samoan and immigrant and African American, in this particular city, because the history is so deeply rooted. It's uniquely different from Kansas City. It's very much like redlining. Like there is some undertones that even go over to McCoy Park that just haven't been discussed, but they are the foundations of this city. And so I think if I'm speaking for the group and what the Harrises did, whether that's listening sessions, whether that's some kind of, I don't know, kind of trauma in the soil, what are those cultural conflicts and traumas that, I mean, we tried to do some of this with a summit a couple of years ago, and then just things got disrupted. I feel like we've got to be on some level playing field of awareness and acknowledgement that is open to the public, that has a diverse attendance of stakeholders, that there is some hearing and sharing of what are we talking about? Because I think we're just trying to build this idea of collaborative partnership in this thriving city on these burial grounds, if you will, of a lot of trauma and emotions around racial divide and cultural divide and socioeconomic status divide that have never been addressed.
Thank you for sharing that awareness. Inclusion. I'm just looking at my notes. I believe we also mentioned education when we were talking about this group. And it kind of that, I think right now, Meredith, you kind of mentioned that too, about the history requires education, and fixing what has happened or correcting what has happened also requires ongoing education. So that's okay to add that there.
And that education from City 7, I think is important. We forget about access because we all kind of hang out and we all do email again, and some people can't even afford some of the things they do. There are deserts where people do not have internet on. So access is important. City 7, most people have a TV set. And if they get the word out there that on City 7, there's something that's out there to make you know that you're a part of this situation. It's important to have education through all sorts of venues. And City 7, I keep saying that because a lot of people that don't do technology, they look at City 7 at city council meetings. And I think they would look at it more in all socioeconomic venues. A lot of people are good at technology or whatever, but some people just don't have access. And I think we tend to forget that. And I like to put on that marketing. I go to meetings and we think we've told everybody and we're in a bubble. I think you have to market your agenda.
Sorry, Nina, this is Becky. Would you be more specific? What do you mean by marketing?
I think that however, you do ads, like I see things come across on my phone all the time about what is happening with the police situations or whatever. And I feel good about that because I know that the police are doing out there, doing so many wonderful things and keeping us safe. But get out to media that, for meetings like this, that we exist. People don't know this task force exists except the people mostly on this meeting right now. People don't know that it exists. I don't believe in things of being in the dark or in a bubble when there's such important things. So I guess old-fashioned posters don't work, but they do sometime if you're at the bus stop.
So how would you propose for marketing? Just curious. Because I can, just from the city's perspective, I can tell you that we've posted things on social media. We post things in the physical form. Sometimes we do post stuff on City 7 as far as publicizing meetings. So I'm just curious what your take is on what additional marketing strategies we should be trying for.
Everybody laughs at me, but I think you can still do posters when you're doing something important. I would put posters at bus stops. I would make sure churches get the email of this, that, and the other, because they do read it at Sunday meetings. They do actually read them. And the COVID has changed the game. I'm talking about after COVID or whatever. And on City 7, I'm meaning things like when we decide we're going to do some education about history, about the wonderful things we're going to do. It's going to be hard, but it can be put on City 7. I think that's important. I don't know all the marketing you do, but there are people close to the square that would love to hear some of these things as people in Hawthorne. I think we as a group have to take one place or thing that you feel like the word's not out there and go speak. I think we need to do speaking engagements. You know, I'm old school. I'm hands on the ground old school. So I just think it's important. That would be some of the things that I thought of off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as I was adding some of my notes, I believe it was Thad who had mentioned systemic changes as you were talking about policies. We also had Roman, I believe it was Roman. If it was someone else, I apologize. He mentioned, I think, welcoming spaces or creating a welcoming space. I wasn't sure if anyone could clarify on that one. Is welcoming spaces okay to use on this sheet? Okay.
I like the thought of it. I just want to hear exactly what it is. I don't want to seem like I don't know, but I don't know exactly, but it sounds great.
Yeah, I would agree. I want to know more what that means, because for the LGBTQ plus community, we talk about safe places, safe spaces. So, and that's an important thing for them, is to have a place that they feel safe. And I imagine that's what welcoming spaces, welcoming, that kind of aligns with that in my head a little bit.
I think Cindy Rogers does a really good job of this through the Square Association. If you've noticed, like on Main Street Coffee House and a couple of other businesses on the square, they've been really intentional about their branding. And it has inclusive language, it's broad, it has several affinity groups and communities, but you see this branding and you know this place recognizes that you need welcome, safe containers and spaces for people of all types to come. And I mean, it's just a short, easy, tangible thing they've done since the Black Lives Matter kind of movement the last couple of months. And they made a position to do that across all their businesses, and it was noticeable. So there's some good examples happening already in the city.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's what whenever that's what they're talking about when they're talking about welcoming spaces, whoever mentioned that before. Is that kind of what that is about?
That's what I was trying to, I didn't write down who said it. I just had my notes. So I apologize if
No,
I didn't catch a name.
My question is going to the group who might
be.
Okay.
I don't want to assume that's what Roman meant, but I would think that having, you know, like what they've done on the square kind of lends itself to being kind of welcoming, because I would think if I were walking around in a community that I wasn't very familiar with and I saw something in the window that spoke to me as an individual that said, come shop here, I would be more likely to walk into that space knowing that they're not going to be following me around the store if other places they did because of my color or any other feature about myself. So I would take that as being a welcoming space. If there was something about that store before I even walked in that said, please come shop here, or please come have a cup of coffee here. So I don't want to assume, but I would almost think that that is more of the inclusion and welcoming kind of thing that we would be wanting to have as representation that you don't always see. I know having a conversation in our company's DEI program, that we had individuals say that they were sorry that there were communities removing the Confederate flags because they then didn't know what places to avoid. And that was kind of scary for them, because in their own communities, that was their way of knowing, don't go to that store, don't go to that neighborhood. And for me, that was a real eye opener, because they said that had always been the red flag for them. So for me, this would be the step on in kind of flag. So that's kind of how I take that.
And as we're talking about this, and if it was Roman that talked about it, I think he may have also been talking about having welcoming spaces within employment here in Independence. And speaking to what Helen just said with her DEI talk at work, that she learned something that way, something that we probably wouldn't have thought about as white people, that having a Confederate flag would tell us not to go here. So I think maybe that might be, and if not, if he wasn't saying that, I'm saying it. I think having a welcome space within employment within the city and in organizations and companies, and just encouraging that and creating that somehow, maybe from the task force into whatever influence this has in the future.
I am loving it. And Helen, it's so nice for you to bring that up. Sometimes it gets touchy on what can be brought up. You don't want to cry, you don't want to, and you want to be inclusive and all on the same page. But I've had many people say that, and I didn't give my own experiences. It's so many, not even in Independence, with the state patrol, pull you over because you drive a Lexus and throw all your stuff out on the ground. Oh my, the things that can happen to you and your family. And that happened to my child's father. He said he'll never come back this way. And he hasn't. Maybe it's not because of me. But just saying that, I always give experiences. I need to hear that from Helen. I need to hear it. I heard something that Abraham Lincoln said. I spoke on this Sunday. In churches, you feel more open. And it said, Abraham Lincoln said, I don't like that man. I must get to know him better. That's that pie in the sky stuff that I talked about at church, but it's just true. I need to get to know him better. Some people love the Confederate flag. Of course, I don't want to see it, but there are people, they want their Confederate flag up, and I'm just going to say it. I always like the elephant in the room. So how do I feel? I don't want to always sing Kumbaya, because I'm kind of like Black Lives Matter and Kumbaya. So I need to hear what people think and what makes them feel valued. But if it's exclusionary, it ain't going to work for a lot of people. People want to be included. They don't want to exclude you in life, people that don't agree. We're all on the same page. We want to include us. And us is the task force. And us is Helen, you know, and us is Roman and Meredith and Thad and Casey. We don't want exclusion. We want to include us. And I know a lot of people are hearing this, so I'm going to say it anyway, because something says be bold. I read something to say that we can't stop all these things. And I can relate to racism because we didn't start it. I thought that was deep. 400 years ago, it said, and this was written by someone that was not of color. 400 years ago, I would not have chose racism. And I don't think any African Americans would have either. And an African American didn't say that. So that just shows it's not about throwing it in people's face, but people taking the responsibility of their responsibility. Because I'm going to take mine.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Nina. So we've just completed the first 3 hours of us getting to spend some time together, getting to know each other. It's not necessarily just the the two different kinds of groups, but really the people who bring this work to life, and being able to have that personal experience inserted into this dialogue has been absolutely amazing. I think we've all learned about each other a lot so far. So the next step is, as we have these lists and we had all these discussions, these are kind of just the bullet points. Do we see, like, how do we see ourselves moving forward? Is this, and I want to clarify that this is not about writing or passing a policy at this moment in time. It's more about recommendations of what, is this something, do we see similarities in the group that we can move together? Are there clear distinctions? Is there something that people mentioned, an umbrella? Would it look like that? So kind of the ideas that we've been talking about, what would next steps look like to the group?
I think from what I heard with the Human Relations Commission is just having, revamping them a little bit. I think it does sound like they're overwhelmed because they had placed other, like they just have a lot of things to cover. And so one step would be what is that commission's future, and what should they be covering? And maybe with the subcommittees and everything under that maybe all of it can be covered, but that there needs to be more subcommittees so that they're not trying to do it all. It's, in my perspective, I've seen a lot of times anything that has to do with diversity, inclusion, equity, they want a small amount, people, like organizations will have a small amount of people trying to do it all. And you need more people, and you need more, because people need endurance and everything. So I think one of the first steps would just be figuring out the commission, and then how can the task force support that or be part of that, if it is under the umbrella. But I don't think that, because I think it was the city that had put the disability part to the commission just recently, and so they've been having to figure this all out recently anyways. So yeah, first step would be figuring out what can the commission do, and can they do it all? And if they can do it all, how does that look? And can you get more people there to help do it all?
And maybe human relations has to be under the task force, and the timeline of the task force and what it changes into title wise and otherwise, because I always heard this was a timely thing. What is the new thing that it's going to be? What are the thoughts of the mayor, city council, the task force? What are we going to become?
I think that's an invaluable point that Nina just made. This is one of those things, whether you're doing it at an organization or a school district, it has to be from the top down. And it speaks volumes that the mayor, she approved the amendment of the bylaws and supported it at the Human Relations Commission. She orchestrated and put the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force together. I would love to just get some feedback directly from the council, particularly because of the makeup that the council currently is. It's one thing for us to make a recommendation and from a grassroots level say we'd like to see X, Y, Z happen. But if we have no buy-in and folks that really don't strongly feel one way or the other towards where this work goes in the future, that will only be as fruitful and effective as this effort will be. This here is important, but it's pretty telling that we are the ones here. I would be more, I think a recommendation is we somehow need to engage the city council with some type of reflective component, whether that be a survey, whether they are watching this video, like, I'd love to hear their voice, because ultimately they decide, articulate, and as Mike so wonderfully said, we trust them with the direction, with the decisions. And I also want to understand and feel that they believe diversity and inclusion work is worth the effort, is worth the resource, is worth the support. And it's not just another thing that they've obliged us to do. So we can only go so far as we're being supported.
Thank you for pointing that out, Meredith. So kind of, I think we heard both things. So about it being a kind of I think if I heard correctly, kind of an umbrella with subcommittees would make it easier, but all the work that everyone is doing, like the housing, addressing ADA, addressing systemic changes, systemic racism, are all valuable. So it's not like removing pieces of it, but kind of how do we kind of structure that as we move forward? Would it be a combination of these both committees with subcommittees? Would it be a completely whole different group with separate goals that doesn't overlap what we've mentioned today? Kind of what would that look like, and that everyone would agree of what it would look like moving forward?
I think a beginnings meeting with city council people being there, because they have these focus groups they talk about, not organizing human relations there, but know that, okay, the task force is there, someone to speak for that. And it could be more people in the room that don't speak, but, and it's hard on this new, COVID, but the task force in human relations should be in the same room with the city council, not to change everything, but to bring the case on the needs of the change. Just, they need a listening session, I think. Because, and I know they don't have time, but we're at a crossroads where this is important. This is a crossroads. And at a crossroads, you have to make time even when you don't have it. They do a wonderful job, but I don't think they understand always where everyone is at. Do they understand the task force? Do they understand human relations? Do they understand their changing population and independence? I'm not sure if they do. And maybe that'll help them in the future. The mayor understands, but I'm not sure if they have time to talk about this at their meetings together. So they have to hear what people feel, especially task force, human relations, especially at this point.
Thank you, Nina. So one of the other things that I forgot to mention was, or would this, DEI be under a completely different community-based organization that wouldn't be under the city? Or would that kind of exclude the work being done by these two groups at this moment? Oh, you're still muted, that. I think you're trying to speak. Oh, no. Let me see. I can.
There we go.
Okay.
I think I forgot what I was going to say because of it. I did. So yeah, that's it.
It was about the community. If we want this to be a community organization, okay. There you go.
Yes. I have concerns with it just being a community-driven organization because we lose our ear to the city, so to speak. We lose that connection of where real policy and change, like Nina said, it's the council. Like it's the council who makes these decisions. And if we're just a community organization, I feel like we've lost that one little direct connection that brought us to the city.
Does everyone else feel the same? I thought a lot of people nodding, so I just want to make sure that perhaps this is not, I see thumbs up.
I agree with that, because if we're going to have an impact on policy change and keeping policy up to date and moving forward, there has to be that connection with the city. And having looked at the policies, especially the fact that we have police department policy that hasn't changed in over 20 years, some that hasn't changed since its inception, nothing will change. And I think that's what, as a nation, not just as a community, but as a nation, we've seen policies that haven't changed, and that's what we're being impacted by now. And so it can't be community driven. It has to be driven by something bigger than just community members.
I think it speaks to the city if they were to have something like this, that it is something important to them. And so because there's always going to be community organizations that this is the passion, this is what we want. But I think for the city to have something that is specific towards this shows that the city sees that this is important, hears the voices of all the diverse demographics of their community, and want to move forward and do something.
Absolutely makes sense. Thank you for everyone sharing and nodding. And I saw some of the comments on the chat box, so thank you for that too. So now, as we want to propose this recommendations back to the council, what kind of feedback can we give them, especially advising them towards, like, is this going to be a new standalone commission, or, you know, under the umbrella of one of the current committees?
I feel like it's almost going to be a new entity of a combination of both, to where I don't know. I feel like the main goal is, I think, is to create a unified focus for this organization, to where that's the main umbrella part of, they're in charge of the big stuff. And then we have all these, whether it be committee or just individuals, just like for me, myself, I come to the table representing the LGBTQ+ community. So I don't know if that makes me a whole committee, or if that's just, I'm the voice at the table for them. And then that way everybody can come to the table with their individualized ideas about what's important, but still maintaining that one centralized focus of what this new entity is. Whether it be human relations and diversity and inclusion, or under the other umbrella, or it melds into one new entity to where it's encompassing everything.
Can I jump in real quick? Sorry, Becky again. So with that train of thought, Thad, so you're saying it's potentially an umbrella committee. So say it's still called the Human Relations Commission, just for keeping that name intact. So are you saying that each individual would be tasked with their own specialty, like specializing in specific areas? Because I do hear a lot about subcommittees, and the one thing that I'm curious about with the subcommittees is whether or not the idea behind that is that every section would have a group of people, and that would be a subcommittee of the human relations or this new commission that's created. And subcommittees are good, and they're helpful to provide information to the overall committee. The only thing that I would fear is that if you get too many subcommittees, you're really going to stretch yourself thin, because you're going to have to find that many members. And just putting my city clerk hat on, you're going to have to be able to have quorums of every single subcommittee. And that also may go to the point of what Nina was saying earlier. You would be spreading your membership quite thin, and you'd have to find a lot of people to be able to fill those subcommittees to appropriately hold meetings. So that's my only question regarding the subcommittees, or basically liaisons for purposes within the overall committee.
I feel that it's probably more liaisons. I feel it's more like, for me, I come to the table as a representation of the LGBTQ+ community. I'm not coming to the table with a committee that's, then like, I feel like that does get way too complicated. You're sitting here with, well, all of a sudden we're a pyramid scheme, and we have all these areas, and like, hey, this is what my team did today. And but I think it's more about creating that larger table with all these individualized voices under that large umbrella of, this is our main goal. And underneath that, we have all these individual voices that are saying, hey, this is important. Hey, this is important. We can't forget about this. Hey, this is important. We can't forget about this, kind of a thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it definitely does. And sorry if I'm asking too many questions, because I'm really trying to just be a listener today. And to structuralize that, and going back to maybe Mike's point as well, as far as the passions of the current Human Relations Commission, and it seems like there are a lot of things that they focus on. How does that fix that issue of focus, if you will? Because from what I was hearing from earlier discussions is that it seems like people don't feel like they have their voice at the table. How does that get resolved if you have a lot of individual liaisons supporting specific tasks? How does that get resolved when you come back together as like a whole group?
I personally think it's hard to do. And people have their own ideas if they're being heard or not. But one thing I think we could do is find people who do it well. Find two groups that do this well, and I would like to hear how they do it. I know people in St. Louis do a lot of things in a different way. I know people maybe somewhere that Becky and different people have heard. Find two groups that merge people well under these guises. You don't have to always reinvent the wheel. You can look at the wheel and make it your own. And this is where we're kind of at. I do find that people feel not heard when they have someone speaking for them. That's just the only way we can get across that bridge is get someone to speak for you that gives everyone's opinion out there. They don't just speak for one person or that. Because people who feel they're not heard are usually people that someone representing them doesn't bring their voice to the table. Because I feel like that sometimes in big meetings that someone's representing me, I think they didn't even say, I gave them one line and they didn't even say that for me. It's a very delicate balance. So we may not can get over that too much, but I would love to see what other people do with those kind of questions.
Thank you.
So what I offered maybe to answer your question, Becky and Hannah, to get something tangible is what if we, because I want to really encompass what Mike said. I don't want his voice to get lost. I think one proposal is to keep it as is and really give the council voice and recommendation of one of the other. So keep the Human Relations Commission, sunset the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force, and possibly create a new initiative. That's option one. Option two might be keep the Human Relations Commission, retool, refortify its mission and objective, but maybe instead of creating subcommittees, create those core focus groups that everything that human relations does now and everything that diversity and inclusion is proposing to do can fall under one of those four. So maybe at minimum or at maximum, you have 4 clear groups so that when that is representing the LGBTQ plus community, he is superseding, I mean, he's representing that community, but he has a pinpoint or an option or a voice into any one of those 4 core areas. And so I just made some up. Maybe they need to be restructured or renamed. Multicultural affairs, so that might include the events, that's the storytelling, that's positive recognition and celebration of all types of culture, Samoan, Hispanic, African American, Black History Month. So you've got a group that does nothing but events and good PR and storytelling, good messaging. Maybe access and functional needs. So that's everything with handicap access. That's everything with accessibility, with ramps, with elderly population, with mobility around the city, with transportation, you name it. City liaising and relationships. So that's getting that direct voice to the city council on a number of issues. So if there's accountability, there's standards, there's questions we have, there's representation at work sessions. You've got a group that's just focused on that. Law enforcement and public engagement. So you've got that accountability with the police department. You've got that look at actual policy change, review of protocols, people who really want to get into the weeds and the dirt of unpacking and understanding some of the things that have been in place for years. And then housing and sheltering. I think Roman had mentioned that there was pieces about inspection and making sure, you know, maybe reviving some of those practices that the commission no longer does. I was just trying to think of naturally those core pillar points that already align with maybe city departments or functions or where I've seen other communities do services somehow, whether that be in emergency management or something like that. And those titles I think can change, but I think if we create these kind of very few sub-umbrellas everybody with a passion should be able to plug in somewhere, and maybe find membership there. And each of those doesn't have to have 7 to 10 people on it. It could be 3 people, it could be 4 people, but it allows folks to really plug in where they think they're going to be most effective. So that's a recommendation.
Thank you, Meredith. Any other input from the group? I see a lot of nodding heads and thumbs up and in the chat room. Is that something that the group feels as a consensus that is what we should do as next steps?
Go ahead.
I do want that forum with the city council and mayor to happen. No matter what, where they're in the room, all of them as a beginning. With what we came together about today.
And I want to piggyback. What Meredith said and what Nina said are very valuable things. That there has to be buy-in from city leadership, and so, in regards to, for structural purposes, I think there should be some type of, and even what the mayor suggested as a possible avenue, of having a mayor's advisory committee that should be compiled of members of possibly other commissions, but also city employees that could, serve as a liaison to the city leadership team, so they can have firsthand access, and the mayor and our city leaders can have first access to what's going on in regards to diversity and inclusion, and so we can deal with different issues that are occurring, whether it's through Human Relations Commission or Public Utility Advisory Board Commission, to really examine improvements to diversity and inclusion, and to be like a gateway in between the issues that are happening on the ground and issues that are happening with the city manager's office. And so structurally, I think some type of mayor's advisory committee would be recommended, but we also need to assure that city leadership understands that there is funding that will be needed in order to really show support and to provide real means of delivering accountability and research and different things that are needed to actually help improve that realm of diversity. Because most of the time when you were talking about groups that are excluded, they don't have access to the resource and the knowledge and information that is available to city management and leadership and different things like that. And so it would be my recommendation that we would go with some type of mayor's advisory board, and still keep human relations, and definitely look into their structure and their specific goals and tasks that they're charged with. And in regards to diversity and inclusion, I think it should turn into some type of mayor's advisory board, and even with a possible figurehead. I know in the past there was an affirmative action officer, but I do know there are a couple municipalities that are taking on a diversity and inclusion officer to really look into the city's ability and leadership into being more diverse and inclusive. That's all. I'm done.
Thank you, Rowan. So as we've heard different points of view, are these the 4 action items? And I might have, people are talking in different places, so make sure that I didn't put in the wrong spot. But are we proposing and recommending a main umbrella? I'm not sure we want to call them subcommittees, or I heard a different kind of name. Or focus groups. I wasn't sure what terminology.
And would it be effective to, instead of trying to force ourselves to boil down to 3 or 4 recommendations, I was hoping or thought part of our relationship with you all in being the facilitator, could you synthesize? I mean, we could land at some, but I'd love to, if we came up with 5 or 6, which it sounds like, including this new one Roman just mentioned, and Mayor's Advisory Council, and maybe even the appointing or hiring of a diversity inclusion officer for the city, and I mean, that in itself would solve probably recommendations 1 through 5, because under that person's administration, you expect somebody to create that infrastructure and those recommendations, and then they have direct line into city council and city staff. Would it be more effective, and it's a question, that we walk away with 6 to 7 recommendations or consensus agreements that this group came up with? We could not necessarily land on the best recommendation, but present those 6 to 7 and request a council work session and discussion, and having them explore the options we came up with.
Thank you, Meredith. And sorry, Becky, I'm going to call you in to this because of next steps. Just making sure if that's something, to me, it sounds like that's what we can do. Just today, jot down these ideas, knowing that nothing is finalized, but just kind of moving along of what the group decided to say today.
Yeah, I definitely think we could do a study session at some point in time. I wasn't super clear, and I need on what Mark's role would be. Would you guys be doing a presentation to the council, or was your idea that you were gonna like draft a memo or something and supply that to the council? I guess I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around what that would look like.
And I need to look back. I'm not 100% sure to answer that question. If it's a mix of what we're listening to today, plus other recommendations that we might have separately or not, but it might be a mixture of those two things. But I think that today's group is probably the most important to us right now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't see it being a problem adding this to a future study session. We would just need to make sure that we have a clear focus on what's being expected of the council to discuss, providing them just a list and saying, here's a list, discuss all of these 6 things. I don't know what the expectation would be to get that out, what you're expecting to get out of them if you provide them 6 things with no clear direction on where we want to go with it. So that would be my only concern. They could discuss all 6 options, but I would assume that this group is looking for an end all be all ultimately with the facilitated listening session. I know from the city's perspective, that's what we're looking for, is after the facilitated listening session to really be able to come up with a solution. And this will be the only facilitated listening session. So it's a good opportunity to figure out what that direction looks like before we go to a study session with 6 items.
And I guess my hope is that the reason why we contracted and secured Mark services, not only because they've had expertise in this work and they've done this facilitation, I'd love to hear their recommendation based on what they've learned, they've heard, and they've synthesized with our discussion. Like, clearly there is, I won't say conflict, there is some difference of opinion and perspective of resource, time, and effort, importance. They also have kind of that best practice knowledge, as well as understanding of what other municipalities are doing, what they've seen done, and other efforts they've been a part of. So it could be a presentation of, this is where we landed. These were the top 4 to 5 recommendations, justifications for each. And then this is Mark's recommendation for the council going forward. Even if it's at minimum, the council needs to review and have discussion of each of these. The council takes voting action regarding the most effective, or desirable position. Like, I think when we walk away, we need to feel confident as the 2 groups that any one of those 4 or 5 recommendations, if implemented next month, would take us forward to the next step, even if it were just a starting point. So, but I would, and I can't speak for everybody, I would hope that the council would expect that not only did we use this session to hear each other's voices, but a professional expert in this work has made a recommendation that they should probably really consider implementing.
Thank you. And so, Hannah, with that being said, is it Mark's position to go and synthesize this information and provide a singular, 1 or 2 recommendations? I'm not sure what that process would look like on your end. Is that something that Mark would feel comfortable with doing after going through this information and finishing up this session?
I think that's something that we can look into. I unfortunately don't know the ins and outs of our contract that well, and which is what makes it a little challenging for me to be able to answer them. But listening to this group, I do have kind of like what it would look like next. The reason I keep asking is I really want to give people the opportunity to have this platform to share their experiences and their thoughts. But from what it sounds like, these groups have a lot of overlap and do a lot of great work. And from what it sounds like having one larger umbrella, the hub was mentioned earlier, that seems like a big component, but being able to, I don't want to say split up the work, but really bring out those passions and strengths within the participating members and kind of focus on that seems like a good starting point.
Okay. And in the chat, Nina, sorry not to talk for you, Nina, but Nina wants to know if we can list out the name of recommendations again. So, excuse me, do you have a list of the recommendations that have been supplied so far that you jotted down, Hannah?
Yes. Are you able to see my screen or?
Yes.
Is this what to do? Is that what's showing on there?
You scroll down just a little bit. We're still seeing Human Relations Hub awareness of unique. We're on road 12 and 13.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I am sharing the wrong item, aren't I? Oh my goodness. 1 second. This makes a little bit more sense of why it was confusing. So you're still looking at an Excel sheet?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is not. What about now?
Same.
Oh my gosh. I apologize. I've been sharing the wrong screen, but I've been taking notes of what things look like. And that's why I was so confused. And I am so sorry. The screen that I'm looking at is this one. So I didn't know it was showing you not this thing. And I think that's what's making it so challenging. So I apologize for not showing you what I was supposed to. So what I've been talking about has been, I have documented everything that we've been talking about, or at least to the best of my ability. So an example here is like, what do we want to do and how do we want to do it? So mainly the recommendations, as Ina's asking, was kind of like the main umbrella, the possible 4 subcommittees or subgroups, depending what we want to call them. I believe Nina was mentioning mirroring different city initiatives. And then another important component was, not just sharing the recommendations with council, but also like kind of their what the expectations are and what kind of support would be needed. Does this help a little bit more of what we were doing, since I was sharing the wrong screen for the last 20 minutes or more? Okay. All right. Are these recommendations, like, let's say we look at these 4, would these be okay as a starting point for today?
Could Mike, or could we go back and talk about the possibility of keeping them separate, what that would look like? I just want to give voice to that, since that was definitely one of the first recommendations at the very beginning of the training.
And would that be from the group of people who think it should be 2 separate entities? Is that what you're asking, Meredith? Yeah, is that one of the recommendations still that this group has conceded to? And if so, what does that look like? Just so that, as Becky mentioned, we can spell that out really clearly for the council. Like if we've decided somehow we need to merge them and now we're just figuring out what the merge looks like, then we don't have to. But I want to just make sure we don't overlook someone else's perspective or recommendation to keep them totally separate. Does anyone have that as their action item, or is it primarily working together as a unified group?
And that is the question. Human relations with this new name of what the task force would morph into, or one thing in human relations may be under an umbrella. And task force group is the top umbrella, right? Is that what we mean, Meredith? And then human relations happens to be someone that's in the umbrella. That's what you mean by 2 separate entities, or human relations? No, I think you're close. I think keeping it 2 separate entities would be basically doing nothing different, but asking the council to formalize diversity and inclusion work, whether that be another brand new commission. Yes. I think Mike had mentioned earlier, like it's such a big animal that it needs to have its own thing separate from human relations. So that might be option 1. You do absolutely nothing different, but just formalize the 2 groups to be 2 different entities.
Then option 2 would be the main umbrella, keeping the human relations name a unified focus, but really refortifying its mission, its tools, maybe even looking at its composition, the members, like just starting all over. But then creating 4 subcommittees that have very specific strategic focuses under the Human Relations Commission, with diversity and inclusion impacting all of those, so spread throughout. It just naturally becomes what the Human Relations Commission does. So that might be option 2. I think your mirror different city initiatives, I don't know that that's necessarily an option. I think as we present to council, we need to give them the option that we can, the next step of this process could explore what other cities are doing as they consider option 1 and option 2.
Yeah, I thought that was very important. You have to know what other people are doing when
yeah.
they've done it maybe longer. And
so as I'm talking, Hannah, it sounds like we really only have, if we're keeping 2 separate entities on the table, unless you were separating main umbrella and 4 subcommittees, it sounds like we have either 2 options or 3 options at most.
Right. To me, the subcommittee was a breakdown, like kind of be more specific of what we mentioned here as an example, but not necessarily a whole different thing. So it would still be under the same umbrella, have those work groups under that.
I gotcha. So the council, as they're reviewing those options, they could choose, well, yes, we want to merge the groups, keep human relations, main umbrella, but they may not like the idea of 4 subcommittees. They may want to do something totally different. So it sounds like right now we have 3 options: keep 2 separate groups, an entity with a main umbrella focus, and then the third option is a main umbrella focus but have 4 subcommittees underneath.
Can I just mention this, Becky? Sure. Human relations originally has to be there in every city to get HUD money. That's so they can be called something different, but to receive HUD money, human relations is part of that. That's what I was always told when I joined the group. So under some of this, put the word human relations, the actual wording human relations, so they'll know what groups we're speaking of. Because sometimes we think that they know what we're talking about, and I'm thinking maybe they may say, what 2 groups? Human relations is a definite group, but it is tied to HUD money. I found that out when you go to training out of town that I didn't go to, but it is part of it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Becky, yeah.
Oh, sorry. So for those who are advocating for 2 separate groups, I guess my question would be, if the groups were separate, how would you go about going about your mission separately without eventually coming together? I have a difficult time being able to visualize that. So I think it would be helpful for me, just for my own information, to know how you go about in 2 separate groups and those not overlap, because as Hannah had said, you guys have a lot of overlapping ideas and suggestions from the 2 groups. How do you work independently from each other?
We can't, I'm not sure how it looks, but I know we can't do that.
So if that, but I mean, that's just something to think about, because if that's a suggestion that you'll be proposing to the council, that you have two separate groups, you're essentially saying that you have 2 separate missions and you're working independently, but I don't know how you have so much overlap that you work independently and how that works out. And I would like to hear suggestions on that, if that is a recommendation that you would like to move forward with to the council.
I think it could certainly be in that perspective of, they are obviously working together, but they're charged with different tasks. When it comes to diversity, they just have different tasks. I guess that would be the difference.
Would that fit into a work group though? Kind of like, because that would be what they're focusing on?
I mean, likely.
Human relations can be a work group unto itself. We have been told by everyone that they, not only do they not know some of the things we do, that can't be possible because it doesn't get things done and it's thin. Human relations as a title has to be there. We got to take that as a given. In some way, it can be named different, but it's still human relations for HUD money for the city of Independence. It can't go away. But if we're going to have two separate things, decide with everyone, not just human relations deciding by themselves. It's obvious people don't have confidence in that anymore. If you don't have confidence in that, and you need to bring us to the table and say, well, how about this? We need to be part of you more. It's two separate groups, but we can't think of us as a separate group because then we become what we have been since the beginning when we started human relations. We become the same thing we were before. And everyone's saying, that's not good. That's what we hear. We can't go back to a meeting that said, well, they told us to do this. We are worn thin. We need direction. We need people that like policy. We need people, chairs that can speak up and be at the meetings. Tell the truth. That's what we need. It can't be separate, but the titles can be. I don't want to just be out there by itself on an island again, because we were doing this island work when no one was there. And now we're saying, everybody come to our island, no matter how we have to be there, because we can't do it. I'll say it as a co-chair. I'm speaking for a co-chair only. We can't do it. We haven't been doing it the way it needs to be done in 2020 and 2021. Help us, please. We've done excellent community work, sometimes when no one was doing it. But that's the limit of what we can do in this new way. We're grounds on the feet, we're feet on the grounds people. Let's just tell the truth. And we do that excellently. I will say that about everyone that's ever been on human relations. It's a new day. We need people like you that are good at all of this, that speak well. I don't always speak well, but I be meaning it and I get it done. We need people that do policy. We need Becky to put it all on paper because we all don't do that well. She does it the best. So I do not want to be separate, except I know HUD money is tied to human relations that we have done, if anyone from anywhere is listening, excellently. But we are changing. It's a new day.
So I think what I hear Nina saying, and I see Lupe's comment, and again, I don't mean to keep calling Mike out. I don't want him to feel he's lost his voice, and there's only 3 of the members of the Human Relations Commission on it, but it sounds like, it might be a delicate transition. It's not a reflection of any lack. Things have transitioned and developed and evolved. Social culture has changed, and so we're trying to retool and equip the city and its commission in a way that it's adapting to be able to handle and still be diversity, equity, and inclusive minded. So it sounds like we're agreeing to remove the separate entity focus with options 1 and 2. Is that what we're presenting to council? So the main umbrella, the unified focus as you've got there, and then a main umbrella with recommendations for subcommittees. And I would suggest, Nina, the main umbrella is Human Relations Commission in both, A, for housing funding, and B, because it matches the city model models across the country. Where you see Human Relations Commission, you see diversity, equity, and inclusion work, but it just is funneled through different focus points and different pillars. And then as a part of recommendations for 1 and 2, we encourage and invite the council to explore other different city initiatives and other models to see if our recommendations are aligned with what they're doing. Maybe we do our own homework and research in preparation for that listening session, so we have some examples to support, present them with, but essentially give them option 1 or option 2 to prove and vote on. But then it really puts the decision at their feet to make an executive decision and ask them. But either way, we've got diversity and inclusion as a part of the retooling of the Human Relations Commission. That's what I'm hearing.
When I listen to the different components, and even here with what human relations has been going through, and just trying to solidify focus, I think what your experience is normal. And even hearing, the way the passions are in a line, is that there should be, with human relations, clearly defining goals, but if there is an entity such as the Diversity and Inclusion Mayor Advisory Board or the the officer that is assigned to that, it will allow that particular advisory board or officer to go into human relations and pull out those different components of diversity and inclusion to then help lay out those goals that will concentrate that focus into that area. And that particular officer or advisory board would then be able to go into each of the different commissions that the city has to analyze and to pull out the diversity and inclusion in each of those boards and commissions. But then also when you think further into policing and policies and stuff like that, that officer or that advisory board would then be able to go into each city entity and break it down and pull out those components of diversity and inclusion, which will be able to do the different jobs of the different subcommittees, but you would have a person or a group that would ultimately say the buck stops here and will provide that level of accountability to make sure that that it's being implemented in each different part of the city. And so, you know, my recommendation would be a mayor's advisory board or with an company with a diversity and inclusion officer that would be focused on dealing with this on a regular basis, or the group of the advisory board would be focused on doing this on a consistent and regular basis without a deviation and focus that can assist not only the Human Relations Commission, but every other commission and board to pushing the diversity and inclusion agenda.
And I think that said so well. And I mentioned on my paper an advisory board, a citizens. These are all on my paper, but you know, so I know I feel like that's confirmation. People know what confirmation is. I think we need an advisory board and a liaison for my voice. I think what happens in advisory boards, because they're not paid, sometimes you get the cool movers and shakers that are thinking more on their level because it looks good, but instead of looking good, I want to be good. And so it would be important for that advisory board to be agreed to by all on this diversity and inclusion. And secondly, where it says access and functional needs, I would like it to say access, functional, and disability needs. I listen to disability all the time. They want their name out there. And sometimes when people see access and function, they actually don't hear the voice of disability, but I do hear the voice of disability in many meetings. And they are a huge group, and they probably are huger than any of the groups we're speaking of. They just don't always get to speak. And that comes sometimes with age. It may become the biggest group. So we must not forget the access, functionality, and disability. They're a huge group. And I want to make sure that the city sees that visually when they look at it.
Thank you, everyone. So these are the last 10 minutes. So as we're wrapping up, just confirming these are the 4 proposals or recommendations that we have. Are the descriptions fitting of what you've been saying? Are we missing anything? We can go for the first one, the main umbrella. We mentioned rewriting and defining mission vision, creating tools, assigning tasks for subcommittees. I think Meredith asked if we would include the DEI officer here or under the recommendations for council. Both. I know Nina mentioned the Citizens Advisory Board. Is that all correct? Are we missing any items that we mentioned?
My question, I guess, or thought, it looks like you're leading with recommendation 1, recommendation 2, and then these last 3 and 4 boxes are next steps, not necessarily a recommendation. So I guess if I'm hearing Roman correctly and I'm clarifying, could recommendation under the subcommittee work groups, recommendation number 3, be the actual hiring or appointment of a city diversity and inclusion officer. I would recommend leaving it there because, as Becky mentioned, we're already strapped thin. And if we're proposing making this a separate group or having these several new subcommittees, we don't have enough people to fill all these things already. Whereas if they only choose recommendation number 3, and it's the hiring of an officer, the huge investment that speaks largely, and then it becomes that person's sole job to create the strategy that we're, wrestling over right now. So my recommendation would be to bring those 3 recommendations to the council, with the last 2 boxes being next steps.
And sorry, I was trying to follow. So you said we need to add, we're missing one. Like hiring a DEI should be its own step.
Yeah, number 3. So you're talking who and what. So step number 1 is who and how. We can unify the human relations group, merge the 2 together, and start tackling it and figure out how to do it. Step number 2 is we do step number 1, but then we create 4 subgroups underneath that have focuses. Again, so you still get at the D&I integration. Step number 3, you could do one of these, you could do all 3 of these, or you could start with step number 3 only, and that's hire a diversity and inclusion officer, whose role would then be, and I would recommend or would imagine that once, if they decided to hire an officer, that officer would look at this work, this conversation, and probably align with one of our recommendations and would start that work to merge the 2 groups. So, but I do think the D&I officer should be its own separate recommendation.
Should citizen advisory, Meredith, be under the subcommittee and work groups or whatever? Should it be up so high? Just asking the question, should that even be a problem until we get to the meat of the situation?
That's
what I'm thinking.
It's another board, whereas if they're willing to hire, because we don't need another board. If they don't want to hire an officer, we don't have the budget for it, at least this group has consensus. We want to merge the 2 groups, and we can start that with the volunteers and the work that we have now.
Right, and I was thinking of that as volunteer, but maybe it's even in the wrong place even now. Do you think it's in the right place up there?
Oh yeah, I would probably connect it to the D&I officer. Like I do think Roman's recommendation about a city advisory board for diversity and inclusion is critical. I would see a D&I officer handling and being the conduit for that, but that's a lot to propose, I think, to the city council.
Right, and that's what I was thinking at this point in time.
But yeah, I think that's,
put it out there.
Because even if they did agree to the board, it would be hard to populate it now. You have people so stretched thin on so many different things,
So put it out there and let them come together with it later.
Yeah, I would agree.
All right, so these subcommittees look okay for everyone. Like I said, these are recommendations and proposals. Nothing is set in stone, meaning that things can change. Hiring a DEI officer is going to be on its own, a leadership role that will need funding, but it's needed for improvement. We're leaving the exploring different cities to see what they're doing, that we can kind of mimic what they have or build on it. And are we still keeping the sharing recommendations with council, like the additional items that you wanted? Is this still okay? Wanting their support, communication with current issues, examining improvements. And I think it's okay to keep the hiring the DI officer there. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes, that sounds good to me. And just one thing in regards to, I know the funding part of an officer is something where we look at as being a budget expense, but in my communication with people in this field, would we rather make that a recommendation now and spend the money now, or do we want to suffer in the long term by missing the economic development opportunities by having someone really looking at diversity and inclusion and the economic development outcomes that come with having someone really invested and focused on diversity and inclusion. So I know when we make recommendations to council, it is where we're going to get that money from now to pay for it. But the real question is, where will we get that money in the future if we don't make change? And so as we make these recommendations, I can confidently say that having some type of officer or level of accountability and investing that funding now will pay dividends tenfold in the future.
I put something in the chat regarding access wording. Can you expand on that, Mike?
Okay, there we go. Now I found the right button. Yeah, where you've got it highlighted there, just the way that it was worded before, access functionality and disability needs. The way it was worded before, it sounded like it was specifically to disability. But I guess the thing that I don't want to do is end up limiting that, because there are a lot of things that access could mean. Disability is an obvious one. Age is another possibility. I just don't want it to feel like we're limiting it to, specifically somebody with a disability, and access and functionality. It should be more encompassing.
I agree, Mike. I actually got that term. That's a FEMA term. So anywhere you see Health and Human Services, DHS, federal language and grants, housing, that term access and functional needs is supposed to be all encompassing, from everyone to senior population to functional needs, the blind, hearing impaired. So it is all inclusive.
So is it okay to change it back to access and functional needs, since it covers all of the different categories we mentioned?
I'm okay with saying disability. I just don't want it worded so that it feels like you're focusing just to disability.
Gotcha. Okay. Are there any other changes as we have? I don't want to seem like I'm rushing, but I do want to honor everyone's time, because I know that using half your day for this meeting has been a lot, but I also want to make sure that I didn't miss anything, any of your ideas. And I think one is down here, so I apologize, it doesn't fit into one. So it seems like we might need to explore sustainability of this position.
I would agree, because that will definitely come up. We had conversation just about this grant fund. That was all of $2,500.
Right. So I think that's what, echoing what both Meredith and Roman were saying, kind of like the sustainability piece, which I know is challenging with funding. Yeah. Anywhere. I just want to make sure, especially folks who are grant funded.
I think that in the future it's going to be funded, but I know they were going to take away the buses because of funding. And I would like to know, people may have to keep in mind, until money is there, would people be willing to who take that position to do it as a volunteer position? No one ever wants to do that. And I know it's not fair, but I'm just telling the truth. If they're willing to take away buses where people can't get to the doctor after 5 o'clock, and we had to talk long talks, just about as long as this, I'm thinking money is just not there in Independence anymore. I could be wrong. So I would like it to happen whether there's funding or not. I just want to at least put it out there.
So Hannah, do you think you have everything that you need for your side of things?
I believe I do. I think we've had a lot of conversation, information, different points of view. I do think that we do kind of have that consensus of, like, we all agree on these next steps as a starting point. And my main goal was making sure I don't leave anyone out, aside from, we do have this recorded and I can listen to it if we missed anything, but I wanted to make sure that everyone had their voices heard. But for me, it's enough information at this moment. I just want to make sure other folks feel comfortable as well.
Yeah, I definitely think it looks good. I think the 4 hours was well used. I think we had a lot of good dialogue. I'm glad both committees were able to come together in this meeting and just kind of go through their list of things that they thought were valuable and important from their perspective. And I think that was important to this process. As far as next steps with the council and going to a study session, we can talk about that offline, Hannah, if you want to do that, so we can maybe schedule a date. I don't know if it'd be your intention to do this next month, or if you're thinking more like January. I'll let you kind of digest everything that happened in today's meeting, and then we can talk about that a little bit later down the road to figure out when we'd like to do that study session to present these findings to the council, and then we can work on what that looks like. If we don't have anything else from the group, then I think now is a good stopping point because it is 12:30.
Yes. I just want to thank everyone for their time, and I want to make sure we respect it. So if we understand if you need to log off, that is okay. No one will be offended, but I really appreciate everyone being so transparent and vulnerable and really informative. I think listening to everyone has just really, that passion behind of like, we want to serve our community is really dominant and present. And I think everyone has well intentions to make sure that everyone in the City of Independence is represented, that everyone has a voice, that everyone is included. And I really think that these next steps will be able to continue what the work that's been done, but kind of a little bit more redefined and kind of fine tuning. All right. If anyone, I think that's the end of our meeting.
Great. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Have a good day.